What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me. Thank y'all for tuning in for another edition of the Millionaire Morning Show. I'm your host, Anton Daniels. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What's up to all of my friends and family? What's going on? How y'all feeling today? Everybody in a good mood? Everybody good? Life is good. Life moves on. Things are happening all around us. What's up, y'all? How y'all feeling today? Yep. Yep. We in the building. What's going on? What up? What up, Chase Barnes? Hey, to everybody that sent me emails saying that they want a coaching call, I got you. I got you. Locked in. Yes. We locked in. What's up, family? What's up, friends? What's up, everybody inside of the chat? We here. William Justin of NYC. Wait, what? I'm literally using the post office today. I already prepaid. I know they have, so no, they have a little money. Undisputed Man says AD ended the show abruptly. I did. It was a good show. Listen, I think that it was all right, let me back up for a second. So, housekeeping, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. If you are LaMelo just got traded to the T-Wolves, I might have to have a Saturday sports show of some sort. But we'll talk about that later on tonight. You didn't miss the Teach commercial. I just haven't shot a new one. I'm shooting one this weekend, so we working on it. Housekeeping. Tap into the Patreon. Let me know if y'all coming to the meetup, and if you bring in a +1, you can bring your homegirls, you can bring your significant other, you can bring your friends, you can bring your family. Let me know what y'all got popping off, and we're gonna be meeting up. Actually, exactly a month from now in DC. So, more details to come on that. If y'all not a part of the Patreon, link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Happy birthday to everybody, including Gerald Sparrow. Happy birthday to my dog, Gerald Sparrow. I love you. Black tea time today. So I decided to do away with the monogram AD shirt, and I decided to go black tea time today because I'm letting my hair down today. Letting my hair down. Interesting. I got some thoughts, but I'll share that with y'all later on throughout the show. And we in here. What's up, Treese, Curtis Cunningham, OG Rihanna, Zav? Oh, let me apologize to the people last night. So, I forgot to read the super chats because things was getting wild on After Hours. I forgot to read the super chats because things was going crazy. And it was getting extra. You know what I'm saying? And so I didn't want things to spiral even more out of control. And so I wind up killing the show. And so let me apologize to the people that supported the show last night because I didn't get a chance to read super chats. And that broke my heart. It really did. When I woke up this morning and I went and checked on the platform so that I could see what the sentiment was, and people was like, "Oh man, he forgot to read about my super chat." I didn't do it on purpose. I had made an executive decision at the moment to make sure that, I preserved relationships, that I preserved working relationships, and that things was okay. You know what I'm saying? So, needless to say, I think that concept is done. It was fun. It was a good experiment. We're going to get back to popular culture today on Thursday night. And we're going to be back talking about the issues that matter to you guys. We did a little bit experiment over the last couple of days. You got to step out there. You know what I'm saying? You got to step out there and try new things. I think we tried it. I think it was cool. It was fun. We had a good time. We had the ladies get their stuff off last night. We had the fellas get their stuff off on Tuesday. And it was a good time. But I think that we got to get back to business, and we're going to get back to popular culture, and we're just going to continue to upgrade the platform and get to it. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't missed nothing, A-Done. You didn't miss nothing. So let's see. Patreon. Tap into the Patreon. Let me know if y'all coming to the meetup in July. Show last night. Apologize for the super chats. What else? What else before we get started with the show? What else? Somebody else tell me what else I gotta talk about before we get started with the show. What else? I'll read super chats and cash apps in a sec. Oh, coaching calls. Doing coaching calls this weekend. So if you send me an email, I see more ladies are starting to send me emails for coaching calls. I got y'all emails, and I'm definitely going to be making sure. If you send me an email about a coaching call, put it put coaching call literally in the title. All right. Put coaching call in the title and the subject, and then that way I'll be able to make sure I can filter through it and find it more effectively. All right. Some people like the concept. Some people was like, oh, I want to talk about popular culture. And then some people was in it, and then it was like, actually, I like this. This is kind of fun. But people are used to what they used to. That's the thing that we got to get to. I heard that the Venezuela earthquake killed 164 people also about that. We'll talk about that too. Matter of fact, we could start off with that. Venezuela. And if it's anything, I want to let y'all know, if this is y'all first time here, the chat is a part of the show. I don't believe that there's anybody on YouTube, on social media, in content creation that values the chat more than I do. All right. It's a lot of claims that a lot of people make. I don't believe that there's anybody that values the chat more than I do. I value the people. I love the chat. I also have a video dropping inside of the Patreon today, so we're going to get to that later on today. Let me see what's happening. Find a good news report. So if this is your first time here, I know it's a lot of people that be up in the clouds and they just like to watch and just kick it. That's cool too. We appreciate y'all, but do not feel as though you can engage, because you should engage, because it's a fun time. And we argue back and forth, and we go back and forth, and sometimes I can handpick. Obviously, I see the super chats more than anything, because I always want to acknowledge the people that give extra. But I interact with the chat. Everybody will tell you that I love the chat. I love my chat more than anything in the world. Let me see what's happening in Venezuela. I got you. I got your emails. I'm getting it. Put coaching call or coaching calls inside of the subject matter, and then I'll see what I can do about making sure that I get y'all popping off. Let me start off, before I even get to the quote of the day. I do have the best chat on YouTube. That's a fact. So shout out to everybody inside of the chat. Let me head over to the news reports on Venezuela, and let's see what's happening over there. So this is a 4-hour show, a 3.5 to 4 hour show. So if you're looking for me to get you through your day, if you're looking for me to get you through your work day, whether or not you are a truck driver, if you are part of clergy and you're trying to clean up the church from last night's Bible study, If you are a nurse and you just starting your shift, or you on the second half of your shift, or maybe you working overtime. If you are a person that is a stay-at-home mom, whatever it is that you do, we gonna get you through at least half your day, either the beginning, the middle, or the end of your shift. We gonna get you there on the Millionaire Morning Show, all right? We don't take no shorts, no losses, no shortcuts. We gotta make sure that we pour into the people. I got my water. I like Aquapana and Saratoga. All right, that's my drink of choice in the morning. My drink of choice at night might be a little different. we gonna get the water in our system so that we filter through. We gonna get it clean. We gonna detox in the morning, and we gonna party at night. That's what we do. All right, that's what we do. Detox in the morning. I got your emails. I'm getting your emails right now. And then we party at night. All right? All right. Let's head over to Venezuela. Shout out to everybody that support the platform. Let's see what's going on with regard to these earthquakes.
A 7.1 magnitude earthquake rocking Venezuela, and separate quakes reported in California and Japan. I want to show you some of the video. We are just now getting into it. These chaotic moments on the streets of Caracas, dust filling the air after the capital there in Venezuela felt that intense shaking. You see people walking around, some of them looking confused. A baseball game coming to a halt. People running for safety. You see the light fixture up there swaying. People running for safety to the center of the field. Just hours before that, we saw a 5.6 quake hitting Northern California, knocking shelves of food to the ground. We're also following a 6.9 quake in Japan with tsunami advisories in effect there. There's a lot going on, a lot to watch. We've got Bill Karen standing by. But I want to start with Aaron Gilchrist joining us now, because it seems that the most significant of these is the one that just happened late today in Venezuela. Aaron, what do we know about the possibility of any injuries, about how people are doing there?
Yeah, less than an hour ago this happened, Hallie, and at this point there aren't any reports about any serious injuries or any major damage having happened here, but obviously a 7.1 magnitude earthquake is a major earthquake, and this was one that happened a little after 6 o'clock Eastern time, apparently in the northwestern part of Venezuela, so putting it very much near the coast of Venezuela, the Caribbean coast of Venezuela. There are reports that there could have been some of the shaking felt in parts of Colombia, and as you've been saying, this video that we're seeing now out of the Caracas area, which is more than 100 miles away from where we believe the epicenter of this earthquake was, and still we see the shaking. You see people who felt that shaking running into the streets, getting reports about buildings with cracks potentially in some of these buildings. We've been hearing reports about bottles being knocked off of shelves in stores in this area, and obviously people very much concerned about their safety, running into the streets, trying to get to safe spaces, potentially to open spaces in case there were any buildings that might collapse. And again, at this point, an hour after this earthquake happened, we are not getting any reports about any buildings that have collapsed or seen any major damage, or any reports about people having been injured. Hallie, there are alerts that have been posted by the National Weather Service in this country about the potential for tsunamis in this area. An earthquake of this magnitude near the coast could potentially send waves to neighboring islands, into the Caribbean Netherlands, into Aruba. There are reports about advisories at least being posted for Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands to be on the lookout for potentially tsunami waves. Hallie.
Aaron Gilchrist, we'll look to see if we get more video coming into us too. I know our teams are on top of that.
Let me go over into some additional footage, because they are now reporting that 164 people were killed and climbing. So we're going to go over to that real quick, and then I'll give y'all my thoughts.
And it leads back to those deadly earthquakes that devastated parts of Venezuela last night. The strikes causing the collapse of several buildings in the capital of Caracas.
Officials say it's the most powerful earthquake to hit Venezuela in more than a century. The nation's president declaring a state of emergency last night. Local 10's Jackie Pascal is in the newsroom, monitoring new video as it comes into the newsroom this morning.
Yeah, we just keep getting new pieces of information and video as this morning has been going on. Right now, we know at least 32 people are dead from those powerful earthquakes, 700 at least injured as well. And the acting president says these numbers are expected to rise as search and rescue continues. So scary there this morning. This is one of dozens of collapsed buildings being reported surrounding the capital area. This is in Carabobo. It's west of Caracas. And now it's on to search and rescue, hopefully rescue. This is what that looked like overnight. A dad searching for his son in the rubble of this collapsed building.
It ain't nowhere
Right
to
now,
run.
the Maiquetía Airport, that's where this is. It is closed, of course, due to all of this damage from the quakes. We could see people running for cover there last night as part of the ceiling gave way, leaving rubble scattered across the terminal floor and metal wiring hanging from above. Emergency crews also seen searching through the rubble of this building in Caracas. It's unclear at this hour just how many homes and buildings are damaged. Venezuela's interior minister says the quake could be felt in several states. Many Venezuelans were at home when these quakes hit. They were celebrating a public holiday yesterday, so it is believed many are trapped in the rubble but alive. Thankfully, you see here some are being found and loaded into an ambulance. This morning, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says that the U.S. is immediately deploying search and rescue teams, sending medical resources and humanitarian assistance to Venezuela. Eric?
Let me go over to this news report real quick. So this is courtesy of Yahoo News. It's saying that the Venezuela earthquake is leaving at least 1,000 injured and 164 dead. That is some of the footage and some of the pictures that's being captured. At least 164 people have been killed, 971 injured after the powerful back-to-back earthquakes rocked the country. Thousands more is feared dead. So that's just so that they can confirm. They're saying it is thousands of people that may be dead as a result of it. 7.2 earthquake hit about 100 miles west of the capital of Caracas, followed less than a minute later by a magnitude 7.5 tremor. USGS said the death toll would most likely run into the thousands, with substantial probability of it exceeding 10,000. What? Let me read that again. The death toll would most likely run into the thousands, with a substantial probability of exceeding 10,000 people. Oh my God. Prayers up for the people over there in Venezuela, man. Prayers up for the people in Venezuela. You don't want to hear this. You don't never want to hear this. This ain't nothing to play with. I don't like it. I don't like hearing it. Honestly, not a good thing. The casualty figures released early Thursday excluded the state of La Guaira, which is believed to be the area hardest hit, in which Venezuelan interim president Delcy Rodriguez described it as a disaster zone. The quakes were among the strongest to strike Venezuela in more than a century and could be felt throughout the region. Appealing for unity in an address on state television, Rodriguez says, "This is a true tragedy. From here, we send our messages of solidarity and to those families who have lost loved ones. We reaffirm our condolences and our support in these difficult hours." So that's the epicenter of the two earthquakes. And they don't even know. They have no clue how bad it is. We are at this moment working very hard in rescue operations to save lives that God permits us to save. In a true social post, Trump said the USA stands ready and willing and able to help. I have instructed all agencies of our government to get ready to move quickly. We will be there for our new and great friends. And now they say Trump ain't never ever been there for nobody and that he's selfish. Listen. First of all, let me just say prayers up to the people over there in Venezuela. They also said it over in California. Let me see something. I done spelled that wrong. Hold on. Magnitude 5.6 earthquake rattles Northern California. Some injuries reported and thousands lose power. Yeah, we only lost power. Officials said some injuries reported. Shake alert notification went off on many people's phones, alerting them to the magnitude 6.0 tremor. They downgraded the strength of the shake to 5.6. Some injuries, no deaths. So we blessed. 10,000 customers lost power. Power had been restored to about half of the customers by 4 p.m. The utility said there was no damage reported to any of its facilities, gas systems, or generating assets. It's a blessing. That is a blessing. But prayer to people over there, prayers up for the people over in Venezuela. And then they said over in Japan. Japan always seems like they get hit the hardest when it comes to earthquakes. It's coming to California eventually. It's crazy that we having this conversation right now because I was just looking at a report. I don't know. I look at weird stuff in my spare time. And when we're not on a live stream and when I'm working, a lot of times I move all around the studio. So I got standing desks. I got different workspaces depending on how I feel at the time. And I have an opportunity to actually look here. So sometimes I just turn around and I flip my monitor and then I'm working while at the same time looking at the news. I might be watching ESPN. I might be watching some kind of sports show, paying attention to all of the trades that's going on and all of that. But yesterday, or was it the day before yesterday, I was looking and I was observing a report that was saying that it's only a matter of time before a crazy, absolutely crazy, disastrous earthquake that eventually runs through California. And they were saying that it's basically a sleeping giant that has been building up all of this time. And because there hasn't really been any earthquakes in California lately, like huge magnitude earthquakes, is continuing to build pressure, which eventually along these fault lines, that California is going to suffer a very massive, and it can't be predicted. They don't know when it's going to come, but eventually California is going to be feeling a major earthquake. Major earthquake. And I'm wondering, are we prepared? I'm wondering, are we prepared? Are we prepared for the worst here in the U.S., here in California? And I know with some people that don't like California, they don't like the politicians over there or whatever. Yellowstone, they say when Yellowstone go off, it's going to be a big deal. And who knows? It may not even happen in our lifetime. It may not even happen in our lifetime. It may happen after we're all here right now is gone, right? We may have missed the battle, but they saying that eventually it's going to happen. And I'm not even sure that we're preparing ourselves. We're such a reactive people. Somebody says, in all honesty, how can you prepare for something like that? That's a fair question. My initial thought would be the first thing is to not live in California. California is a nice place to visit. I'm not sure it's the best place to live. If I know for a fact, and this is just asset-wise, right? If I know for a fact, because I'm not even talking about survival. Survival is an entirely different conversation. But from an asset perspective, if I know that eventually we are on borrowed time in this place over here, then why would I build a life around it? Why would I build my investments around it? Why would I surround myself or have all of my infrastructure and all of my assets based off of somewhere where I know it's on borrowed time. That's the first thing, right? That's the very first thing that come to my mind. Why would I put all of my chips on something that I know is on borrowed time? That's the first thing. The second thing that I'm thinking is we don't really build according to what is coming. We don't, if you look at the fires, the Palisade fires and stuff like that. Y'all didn't know that California has problems when it comes to fires and mudslides and earthquakes. And then they built these homes and it's not according to what the environment could support. And so the first disaster, any kind of natural disaster, you just lose everything and you're hoping for help. You're hoping that the insurance companies come and save you. And I never understood that. Yeah, San Andreas. I remember that movie. I never understood it. It's like, who don't know that eventually your house gonna burn down over in California or in that area, right? And so it seems like even if you're gonna build there, then you should probably build using materials, being proactive, whatever it is that you gotta do, that it's going to be a lot easier or a lot more likely for you to survive versus whatever it is that's happening with your neighbors. That's another reason, right? Like I just some of the most beautiful places are the ones that are under siege. When you think about California, for example, right? California is on borrowed time, but it's supposed to be the nicest part in the US, like as far as weather is concerned. An entire coast, you got the entire coast up and down California, and it's super nice, but then you see houses falling into the ocean all the time. And you know that eventually an earthquake is going to destroy every last one of them homes that's on that coast. Why do y'all? I think that they know, to be honest with you. I think that they know. I believe, look, let me tell you why I believe that they know over in California what's going to happen sooner rather than later. I believe that they already know and they're aware of what's going to happen and when it's going to happen. People keep trying to act like, oh, we can't predict it. It can happen anytime. Oh, I think that they can very much predict it. You're never going to see a politician or a dignitary or somebody important buried under the rubble and, oh my God, they're missing. You know who be missing? Regular people. Well, Anton, why wouldn't they tell the people if they know? Because it messes up the money. You know what the first sign is? You know what I always pay attention to when I'm trying to figure out whether or not it's safe to go somewhere or if I should invest in a particular area? The first thing that I look at is what are the behaviors, what is the sentiment of the insurance companies? If the insurance companies start to pull out, that means that they already aware because they be having their own investments, they be having their own insiders, they have their own people that truly understand what's going on over there, right? So when I look at insurance companies and I look at the habit of insurance companies, that's the first sign of whether or not I should move a certain way. And the fact that insurance companies had started pulling out of California way before them Palisade fires. Insurance companies been leaving California for years. Why do you think that in Florida and in California in particular, that they have to have state-sponsored insurance? That's not a thing for most of the states in the U.S. That don't happen in Michigan, Cleveland, Illinois, Milwaukee, Minnesota. They don't have state insurance. You know why we don't have to have state insurance? Because it's less likely for us to have a ecological disaster that bankrupts the insurance companies. We may have a tornado here and there. Cool. We can even predict where that's going to come. We can force homeowners and builders to build to certain specifications that minimize the impact that insurance companies are going to have if a disaster happens. When I see insurance companies having to start pull out of places, I'm like, that's not good. You know where they pulled out of? Louisiana, Florida, California. Those are the first places that they started pulling out of. What's up, Onaka? You know why? Because they already know what's happening. They know what's coming. They already know what's happening. They already can predict. They know. They know before you know. So then, and I'm going to tell you, this is why it always comes back down to the money. And this is why I keep teaching y'all. Anytime, whether you're making a life decision, people think that money and resources is all about what kind of car you can drive and how. No, following the money will help you to understand politics better. Following the money will help you to understand whether insurance companies are moving a certain way. Following the money will help you understand the Iran war, more importantly. Following the money will help you to understand why, on a very basic level, why humans move the way that they move around other humans. The money, paying attention to how money works will help you to be able to predict life circumstances. Following the money and the resources will help you to understand why they let this group of people kill themselves in a genocide in this country and why this country is a lot more important. You know why? You know why Iran is so important? Iran ain't important because they trying to build a nuclear weapon. It's a mountainous region that has power because of its location on the globe. You know what? You know why the United States is so awesome? It's not just because we invest in our military. That's a subset of how we've been able to finesse and maneuver throughout the world when it comes to being a world power. It's difficult to invade us based off of where we located. You can't invade the U.S. without basically killing yourself. The petrodollar, Japan's partnerships, China, and why they decided to partner with who they partner with. You know why? Because it's not an oil-rich country. And so because they become so dependent on other countries, that's where their interest lies. So it's not just about whether or not they want to continue to make things better for their people. No, that's the selling point. That is the reason why they are continuing to promote themselves to the general public on the surface. But behind the scenes, they want Taiwan. They partner with Russia. They going with Iran. They trying to continue to usurp the Middle East. They're pushing products over into Africa because they know that they leaders are weak and they're willing to take a couple dollars in order to sell out the entire country so that they can then take over the infrastructure because they need more space. You think we want Greenland because it's named Greenland? Or do you think that we want Greenland because of its proximity? You think we just went over there and said, you know what, we like Hawaii, we're going to make that the 49th to 50th state? No, it all comes back to the money. Everything. When you understand money, when you understand resources, you will understand that is the way that people make decisions every single day. Every single day. Every single day. That's just the truth of it. So eventually, we'll have California, and the people gonna act like they never knew that it was coming. And it's gonna be that. San Andreas over in California. San Andreas over in California. Make sure you guys hit the like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Again, prayers up for the people over there in Venezuela. You know why we ousted Maduro? Because Venezuela is a resource-rich country that other countries have been taking advantage of for a long time, and it suits our interests. Hey, our partners over there in Venezuela, we got to go over there and rescue you guys. Okay. Meanwhile, over in Sudan, it ain't even a natural disaster. They just hacking people up and killing people, and we like, hey, don't mention this. Don't mention South Sudan. They don't need arms over there. Let black people kill black people over in Sudan. All right. Haiti? Yo, what Haiti got to offer us? You know what Venezuela got? Listen, when you listen to these countries and they resource rich, you know what that is? It's called being pretty privileged. It's the same thing as women inside of our country. It's the same thing as women across the world. A woman that is pretty is much more likely to get the help that they need because they have privilege. Now, if you see a booger wolf out there getting attacked, you're going to be like, hey, man, get off of her. I'll call the police for you. But if you see a pretty woman, you're going to be like, what is wrong with you? What's wrong? You okay? You need a ride home? Here, take my information just in case you need anything. You got something? You got something to offer? If you ain't got nothing to offer, then that means that you're not as valuable. I left the studio last night. I shouldn't be saying this out loud, but I'm going to say it anyway because I already know people that's watching me, they're going to be trying to get on me for safety reasons. Anton, you shouldn't be out doing that because we need you. You got to be more careful. You can't put yourself in the same place as everybody else. I know. I'm sorry, but this is just what I do. So I left the studio last night. What was it, like 2 a.m. or something like that? And stopped by the gas station. Shout out to Desiree. I stopped by the gas station, and the way I tell my stories, they seem, you know, Mimi got to be here to listen to my stories, right? I stopped at the gas station, and you know, I pump. Usually, I try not to get gas at night. But I went ahead and just went and got the gas at night because I said, skip it. I'm going to wing it because I'm in Detroit and that's what we do. So I got gas and it's pumping and I go in the inside and I get some more Saratogas for the crib. And I seen a homeless guy outside. Now, remember, it's like past 2 o'clock in the morning and I seen a homeless guy outside. Now, and I thought about this, right? And he was a homeless black guy, older black guy. He only had like 3 fingers on his hand, so he said, yeah. And I couldn't really hear him. And so this is me coming out. And I said, you know, I check my left, I check my right, and I want to know if there's anybody outside before I exit the building. And of course, I had the ooh-wop shebang on me. And so I couldn't hear him because it was like kind of loud outside. And he said, yeah. And I said, what? What'd you say? I checked my left, I checked my right. So I got to make sure I ain't getting set up. He said, because he had 3 fingers. These 2 were missing. These were nubs. And he had these 3. He had a thumb, had a ring finger, and he had a pinky. He said, and this hand was full, and this hand had 3. He said, yeah. I said, come here, man. So I walked past the truck. He says, you got anything? I need something, man. Anything. And I said, yeah, man. So I gave him a 20 because I always make sure if anybody asks me for anything, if I got it in my pocket, you get it. Even if it take everything out. Right? I said, yeah, man, you got it. He said, ooh! I gave him the 20. And this is what he said. I'm just giving you the real play-by-play. And I gave him the 20, and he put it in between these fingers. You got any money on me? Gave him the 20, put it in between there. He said, ooh, good doggy. Good doggy. Yeah. He said, people don't never want to help me. I don't know why people don't never want to help me. No one want to help me. And I said, what you mean, big dog? What you mean, He said, man, you really bless me. Now, let me tell you two things. There's two things to take away from this right now, okay? The first thing that we want to take away from... I don't know what's up with me and imitations. I mimic the people. I can see the people. Read the cash apps in the super chat shortly. Thank y'all for continuing in the show. I said, what's up, Unc? He said, people don't never want to help me. I said, what you mean? He said, skip on right by me. Skip right by me. I make sure I get my fingers right. They just skip right by me. I said, okay. Kind of made me tear up a little bit, right? Because I always like to give back to the people. Whatever I can give back, I give back. But what that told me is two things, all right? Two things. The first thing that it told me is people do not care about the less fortunate. They care about those that are relevant to them. If it was a chick out there with her butt out and she said, oh my God, I'm desolate, people would be cracking their neck to go out there and help her, even if she was from the streets. Why? Because they see value in her. They're not helping the less fortunate. They're helping the ones that they can see value in. Our inherent nature is to want to associate, even when it comes to homelessness, even when it comes to disparity, even when it comes to the less fortunate, is to help people that we can see value in, not the ones that need the most help. That is why it's easier to walk past a homeless person, but then we can go and trick off and throw $1,000 inside of the club. The second thing is more of a personal thing. It's more of something that I kind of look at society as. I look at the less fortunate. And this is kind of a thing that I take, and why it's so much easier for me to be so generous to people that I see in the streets, and why I tithe to the streets, is because I look at the less fortunate as fallen angels. And it may be just something inside of my mind, but the word says to me that those that do this amongst the least of them, right? And so I take that to heart. And so I say, man, what if that is a test from God? Or what if that's really an angel in disguise? Because we all like to project what we think an angel is. But in reality, that may be a real angel that is operating in the flesh, and that may be your next forget heaven. That may be your next blessing on earth. The determining factor for whether or not you're ready for the next blessing could be a test that come in physical form. And so when people ask me stuff, or when people say, hey man, let me, or help me make it, or whatever, so on and so forth, what you need, bro? Trey Wells says, why subsidize poor choices? Why not? Why not? We're only as good as our neighbor. If you build a mansion in the hood and everybody else is poor around you, then the value of your mansion is not even what it could be, because a rising tide lifts all boats. Look, man, I got a limited amount of time on this earth. I can't take none of this with me. Now, I am going to hopefully make wise decisions when it comes to investing in my future and making sure that my people is taken care of. But I've told you time and time again, I don't worship money. People are my currency. And it's not just the bag chasers. It's not just people that are valuable to me or that I think is going to take the information that I give them and make more money. The value is in people in general. And so if I don't know what his choices are. I don't know nothing about this man, but what I do know is that he asked me for help. And if he asked me for help, I'm going to help him to the best of my ability. And so I don't look at it as subsidizing poor choices. Life is just a series of projections of how you see things. We interpret it differently based off of how we feel about it at the time. It don't hurt me to help you. What do you mean? Subsidizing poor choices. Nigga, we subsidize hoes that make poor choices all the time, knowing that it's a poor choice to get with her. And you still taking her out? What do you mean? We justify doing dumb junk all the time. It behoove me to not help somebody that say, hey, Unc, can I get some help? That's not my call. I don't go back to check and see, well, what did he do with the money? That's between him and God. That's between him and God. He asked me. He asked me for something. I have an obligation that I've created within myself to help him. I don't have a choice. That is our calling, to leave this earth in a better space had we not got here. So you saying that the only thing that we should do is what we feel somebody deserves based off of what? Based off of our own judgment? Based off what? I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I don't care if I go broke helping people. And I've told y'all this over the years. My goal every month is to leave it on the flow. Every month is to leave it on the flow. It's to get rid of every month, between a combination of investments, the people that I surround myself with, my teams, my employees, and the streets. Every month, I get rid of every dollar that I have. Every month. Of course you don't believe it. Because you've never been in my circle. And so you don't know my generosity. You don't know what I do for people, because you don't see me tied into the streets. You don't see that I actually give $10,000 in cash every single month, $5,000 every 2 weeks over to the streets. You couldn't understand it because it escapes you. You're so enamored and love money. You have a love of money. I love making money so that I can use it to change lives and to do things more special. You have no idea. You have no idea. I pay for funerals. I pay rent for people. I've given refuge to people. I pay for people's apartments when they was about to get evicted. Man, and some of these people I don't see again. Some of these people, they disappear eventually. Some of these people, they never come. That's not for me. That's not my job to go back and say, oh man, I looked out for you. No. God bless you. I keep it moving. I don't care nothing about it. I got real receipts in real life. In real life. Don't worship money. AD pays to play. Sure, if that's how you want to look at it. What's the point of making all of this money if you can't do nothing for nobody else? What's the point? Pray away, people. Let me highlight this, and then we're going to go ahead and get into the next part of the show. Pray away people that intentionally misunderstand what you're saying. I'll give you an example. I'm going to use this person as an example. I said every month I give away and get rid of every dollar that I have, right? And I said that that's through a combination of making sure that I'm making investments, that I take care of my team, that my family is good, and that I make sure that I tithe to the streets and I give to the less fortunate. But I'm not hoarding money. Then they'll come inside of your chat and say, you're not giving away all your money. Pray away people and leave. Let me add something else in there. And leave behind people that intentionally misunderstand what you're trying to say. They know better, but that they intentionally try to misunderstand so that they can have a conversation and still be in a negative space. And I'm not telling y'all to be stupid. Let's be clear. I'm not telling you to take away from your family. I'm not telling you that you have to be dumb with your money. I'm telling you that you need to be very careful with how you move, but at the same time be a cheerful giver. All right? Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read some of these cash apps and super chats. And then we're going to move on with the show. Shout out to Toriano Bagley. I appreciate you for holding me down. Thank you, Toriano. I want to say what up to my dog, Spencer Campbell. What up, Spencer Campbell? I appreciate you for cash apping me. Also want to say what up to Mike that dude. What up, Mike that dude? Bag Chasers in the building. John Teal, what up, though? He said this is for the great content. Thank you, John Teal. Let me acknowledge, let me see something real quick. Shout out to J.M. Moore. It says, thank God for Anton Daniels, the voice of reason. Happy to contribute. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you, J.M. Moore. Thank you for holding me down, bro. Let me read some of y'all super chats. Coach Chris in the building says, what up, though, with the super sticker? I appreciate you. AD, you should talk more about how you give to the community so that people understand blessings come from giving too, not just how. Listen, man, you could talk about giving to the community all you want. People don't care nothing about that, bro. When you do something for people, just do it because it's meaningful and it's a part of who you are. Because if you try to explain it to people, they'll never get it, and it's not like they're gonna change their ways anyway. All right? I'm not gonna talk about that every day. When did you get peace beyond all understanding? Peace beyond all understanding. I don't. I don't have peace beyond all understanding because I wreck my brain every day to understand more what I'm trying to do. Trying to get more understanding. I pray for understanding. Because I don't understand all the time is why things happen the way that it happens. So I don't always get peace beyond all understanding. I don't. It's a fight every day. Mr. Lott says, when did all that laughing about crime, then here comes Terry and Arnold. Shout out to my dog, Mr. Lott. Dame Lee says, sup, AD, I'm a mailman from Buffalo, and we definitely underpaid, so I know this show is going to be interesting. We're about to get into that shortly. Shout out to my dogs from Buffalo. Hey, I heard y'all new stadium opened up. I'm going to come. I got to visit the Buffalo Bills. I got to make a trip to Buffalo, so I got to see y'all new stadium. I think that it's very few stadiums that's even close to the one in Las Vegas. The stadium in Las Vegas is incredibly beautiful. TSS AD, why didn't you read the super chats before end of the show? It was a mistake. I made an executive decision quick, and then I didn't realize that I didn't read the super chats until after the show had ended. So it was a mistake, TS. I'm sorry. I apologize. I spent like 100. Yeah, right. I spent like 100 ball last night. Listen, I appreciate you. What do I think about the LeVar Ball divorce? Yeah, I'm gonna pose that as a question tonight. I don't know if, shout out to Tony. I got y'all emails. I don't know if his wife, because I heard that she had like MS or she had a stroke, and so she couldn't even move and do stuff like that. I don't know if. All right, let me give you my thoughts. I think that all divorces should be private. I think that any breakup or any separation of going your own way when it comes to a relationship should not be public information. I don't know why they would make that public information. Because we don't know the details of what's happening inside of their household. You know what I'm saying? We don't know, we don't have insight into who's right, who's wrong. So it's easy to judge when we don't know a lot about it. Now, of course, they public figures, so people are gonna have their opinion, but it's difficult to say because we don't have all of the information. And so I don't think that divorces should be public information, honestly. Nightcap value the chats. He read them every night. Shout out to Shannon Sharp, Chad Ocho, and Joe Johnson over there. Similar earthquake hit in Haiti, killed like 200,000 people, says Voltaic Art. Nobody cares about Haiti. That's why they ain't get that visibility. Johnny Mack says, if you want to know what's going on, just follow the money in my Molly voice. I love Molly. I love Molly. Mimi says, why build on borrowed times? That was the last word I needed to hear this morning, AD. That's why I listen to you. Your advice is always on time. Shout out to my girl, Mimi. TS Car Wash and Detail Services. You heard T.I. featuring T-Pain new song? I haven't. An ancient man says, even with the money, I have people that don't have it, will never understand what I have. I don't have what you have, but I have more than most, so I completely understand what you're saying. I tip more because that's my way of giving as a former service worker. Shout out to you. That's dope, man. I love it. I'll continue to read Super Chats throughout the show. We have after hours tonight. If y'all not a part of the Patreon, make sure y'all link in the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Where we want to go next? Let's see. We went to fires, earthquakes. Let's start here.
I remember when I was much younger, I used to wonder why people that were richer would never have open conversations about how to get wealthy with like poor people. And as I've gotten older, I think I understand. And it has a lot less to do with classism than you think, and it has a lot more to do with like mindset. So something that I've realized, and again, this is just my own personal experience, was that when I would run into people that might be in a less fortunate situation as me, I would try to provide some kind of guidance or color as to how you can improve your situation. For example, let's say that they're not well educated, they're down on their luck, and they're trying to find ways to increase their income and ultimately increase their net worth. So I might say something like, okay, well, based on your skills or lack thereof, these are some of the steps you can do. You can go back to school, you could focus on these industries because they're hot, maybe you could do a trade, etc. And on top of that, once you get your trade done, once you're able to accumulate some income, Now we can open a brokerage account so that can set you up with your, whether it be Roth IRA, traditional IRA, after-tax brokerage account, whatever, right? Like all the natural steps to start to accumulate that wealth. And then I would get hit with a lot of feedback like, oh, that's way too much work, bro. Like that's like OD. Why are you asking me to do all that stuff, etc. And then it made me kind of sit back. And this has happened to me a lot of times, even in like certain like paid consultations, which is weird because you would think that if someone is paying for a whole entire consultation that they would be very proactive. But nonetheless, it made me realize that, you know what? I think that some people want life to be very easy. Yep. And they want not only for the food to be made, but they also want me to like pick up the food, consume the food, chew it, and then bird feed it to them. And that is just not appropriate, right? Like that's just not the way the world works. And if you look at the numbers, if you look at the data, most people don't have some gigantic windfall. Like that's the large minority of people. Most millionaires are self-made, including myself, self-made. So I just think that as I've grown older, as I started to see how people act and treat certain situations, it frustrates me a little bit, that's all. Especially as someone that had like a very, very challenging upbringing, like, single mom, we grew up very poor. Like my mom came from Jamaica, didn't even spawn in the right country, if you will. Moved to the US, I came over here, years later, and it's jarring, right? So, I don't know.
He is 100% correct in every way, shape, or form. When you get money, right, and you understand money and you understand wealth, and this is another reason why I regularly try to divide myself or divide the people between those that are willing to learn and those that are ready to do the work and those that are just there because it's easy. Because like a lot of times you'll hear people say stuff like, why don't they share the information, or why are there gatekeepers? It's not gatekeepers. It's not. There's no such thing as a gatekeeper. Nobody is gatekeeping you away from what is best for you. There are people that don't want to waste their time dealing with people that are belligerent, that are intentionally not going to hear them, that is going to do what they want to do anyway, and that's going to mess it up for the rest of the class. You know why private school is so valuable? I'm going to address that, Los. I'm going to address your comment. You know why private school is so successful? Is because they learn how to separate themselves from those that are not interested in learning. And the best way for you to do that is make them cross a barrier to entry. You got to pay. And let me tell you what the mindset is behind people that pay and people that don't pay. The information that you get, the experience that you have, is going to be much more valuable than anything that you can pay. However, the payment is the separation between those that understand value and those that just care about money. The quote of the day is, price is what you pay, value is what you get. Price is what you pay, value is what you get. Do you know why people want things for free? Because they don't value the information. They don't value it the same way that you do. Ask somebody to make a sacrifice. Ask somebody to make a sacrifice and say, hey, listen, don't go on vacation. Don't do this. Don't do that. But instead, invest in yourself. Take this coaching class. Take this course. Get an education instead. I tell people all the time, hey, listen, the difference between being rich and being regular middle class, thinking that you're rich, acting like you're still okay, is, are you willing to be able to make the sacrifice for the next 7 to 10 years and stay down, not go out, not go party, don't take vacations, don't buy that new car, don't do this, don't do that. But you know what people do? You know what they do instead? they go and finance it and they justify it and then they say that, well, I deserve it. That's the first red flag that I can get from somebody, and how I know that they got a poor person's mindset is that they say they deserve it. They didn't say that they earned it. They didn't say that I you know what I'm saying, I bought it free and clear. I saved for it. They said I deserve it. Meaning that they feel like somebody somewhere, society, culture, you, me, rich people, Elon Musk, whoever it is, they believe that that person deserves to give them something that they didn't go out and make a sacrifice for themselves. And that's why it's so easy for somebody else to count somebody else's money. Lowe says, think about it though. If everyone was rich, then being rich wouldn't mean a thing. But guess why that would never happen? Guess why that's not a thing? You know why that'll never happen? Is because when you give people an option to be able to choose for themselves, most people are not going to choose to be rich. They want to do it without the work, but that's not being rich, because part of being rich is not, it has nothing to do with the money itself. It has everything to do with the mindset that then translates into you having more resources. People that get it out the mud, self-made millionaires, they don't get it by happenstance. It's not a mistake. They didn't hit the lottery. They didn't stumble into it. They had a mindset that translated into them thinking their way through it, persevering enough to actually see the results, and then ultimately being able to translate into something else. That's why it's so easy for a person that get money to multiply it. People go broke every day, B, that don't understand how money works. You know why? Because they don't have the mindset to be able to multiply it. Athletes, rappers, all of these people, they all become millionaires. One of the lies that had persistently come about me, and I think that is largely because we don't have visibility and insight into people that's able to multiply money. We don't know people that know how to build businesses. We don't really get to see that much into it because we surround ourselves with a part of the culture that's toxic for us. So people will say, for example, well, Anton had got an inheritance. Like that was a rumor that had got started that just grew legs, no proof, no insight, no evidence, but people wanted to justify in their mind, hey, it can't just because he worked hard. It can't because he outworked everybody else. It can't because he showed the receipts. It can't because he leveled up in corporate America. It can't be because of the business decisions that he made. It can't be because... Now, if you're in the Patreon, not only have you seen the receipts, not only have you seen what my W-2s are inside of corporate America, not only do you see what I generate from YouTube, not only do you see when I come from a business perspective, not only do you see my stock picks, I've never missed in years. I've never given a bad advice or recommendation on how you should move financially when it comes to investing in other companies. Never, not once. You've seen me buy whole cars based off of investments, whether it was during the tariff era, whether it was during the pandemic, whether it's now, whether it's coming with SpaceX, no matter what it is, you've never seen me miss because the numbers is the numbers. And so you can't fool anybody. And even if you just want to look at it logically and you say, well, how come his mama didn't get the money? How come his brothers didn't get the money? How come his families didn't get the money? How come he the only person that really got rich in his family and they can't make sense of it and it doesn't matter? But let's just say hypothetically, let's say for the sake of conversation that was a thing. You know how easy it is to lose money? You know how easy it is to go broke? Bro, you can't live the way that I live without being able to sustain a lot of resources and money. Even a lifestyle. Let's say, for example, you go and buy a multi-million-dollar house. Do you know how much it costs to maintain a multi-million-dollar house? Property taxes alone is insane. You don't even like paying your little property taxes on your little $400,000 house. Oh my God. I got to send a $7,000, $8,000 check. Now imagine if a person bought a $5 million house. Multiply what you paying times 10, for example, right? And they paying property taxes in the $60,000, $70,000, and $80,000. Do you know the type of money that you got to make in order to just be paying property taxes on $80,000 a year? Do you know what it costs to have the grass cut? Do you know what it's going to cost when they got to replace the roof on that house? When they got a plumbing issue, it's crazy. Getting rich ain't even about getting money. It's about being able to maintain the lifestyle and being able to hold on to it and multiplying it. You got to have a different level of understanding. You don't even want to go to school to learn how to understand. You don't even understand politics. You don't understand civics 101. You don't know none of that. You don't know none of that. You don't know nothing. And the reason that you don't know anything is because you surround yourself. Listen, I want y'all to unlock yourself today. Today is an unlocking. When I talk about out of money, which is a subject that is live stream today, I'm not just talking about the post office. I'm talking about everything financial. I need for you, if you are listening right now, listen, your spouse not going to get it because you married them where they are, but you've now been given an opportunity to go somewhere else with a group of people that's going in the direction that you're going in. I'm talking to you right now. Whoever it is that's watching this, whether you're watching it on a live stream, live right now with me, or you restreaming this, I need you to understand something. You have been throttling yourself. In the race culture, throttling is basically somebody letting off the gas, right? Not going as fast as they can possibly go because they don't want to give the impression that their car is as fast as it is. You have been holding yourself back because you, for whatever reason, it could be because the person that you next to ain't ready to go to the next level. And so you dumb yourself down. Let me tell y'all what we've been doing. Y'all the Sean Gathrights. You was Sean Gathright. Who is Sean Gathright? Sean Gathright is the light-skinned dude that got sentenced to life in prison yesterday over Julio Fulio's murder. Now, we all seen Sean be able to read effectively. He's able to write effectively. He was raised in a good environment. He's on another level. He was much more educated. He had greater expectations on his life, but he throttled himself. He lowered himself to be accepted amongst a group of people that had nothing good for him. So what I have been observing with all of you is that y'all been throttling yourself to be accepted amongst a group of people that ain't never going to be able to do nothing for you. And so instead of leveling up, you are uncomfortable with the idea that they not going to accept you no more because you got to keep on being something that you're not. But guess what? Let me help you to understand something. This is why you disrespectful. This is why you so disrespectful to yourself, to God, and your talent. Is because they are even smart enough, even though they know that you don't belong, they smart enough to be able to identify that you ain't them anyway. Them ain't even your real friends. Go watch Good Will Hunting. Go watch Good Will Hunting with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. At the end of the movie, Matt Damon was like, man, you know what? This is the life, you know, our kids growing up together, working this construction job. And Ben Affleck said, you know, respectfully, because Ben Affleck was the dumb friend. Ben Affleck said to him, he said, you know, respectfully, if 10 years, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, you still here working this construction job with me, I should kill you. I should kill you. And as smart as Matt Damon was, he was a genius. He didn't get it at first. He said, what do you mean? He said, bro, you got something that none of us will ever have. You got a greater calling on your life. I'm paraphrasing. He said, you got a greater calling on your life. And you sitting here playing games, you disrespecting us. You keep on trying to pretend like you part of the crew. You ain't even that. You ain't even supposed to be here. His real friend understood that, man, we could see that you ain't supposed to be here. You just been wasting time. When you gonna actually do something? Because I would kill to have what you have. That's why they don't like you. You keep trying to figure out why don't I see people all the time. I get into coaching calls. I'm going to coach you right now. You keep on trying to figure out why people that you surrounded by don't like you because you got something that they don't have, yet you continue to dumb yourself down and you not even a part of them. You keep trying to fit in and you don't fit in. You don't fit. You're not like them. You're not of them. You have a greater calling, a greater responsibility, more on your life but you keep on trying to please people that don't have nothing for you. They can't do nothing for you. They can't teach you nothing else. You've already surpassed anything that they got going on, and they know it. And you're insulting them by trying to pretend like you one of them, and you ain't. It's dudes that keep on being a part of these organizations and these gangs and all of this type of stuff. You a nerd in a good way. You're a nerd. And that's not an insulting thing. To call somebody a nerd is a good thing. I didn't say you were lame. I said you a nerd. You smart. You wise. You have insight. You have foresight. You can do things and you have a greater calling on your life, but you just sitting there playing games. And it's people that's around you that's kind of jealous of you, and you the one that's making them jealous of you because you keep on subjecting yourself and insulting their intelligence by acting like you a part of them when they would kill to have what you have. It's kind of like the person that's supposed to make it into the league in the NBA. And you know what they do? They want to hang in the hood. It was a dude named Darnell. It was a dude named Darnell in the hood. And everybody knew. He was probably like, 6'7", 6'8", had all of the skill, had all of the opportunity in the world. He had every single skill set every time. Every time that dude set foot on the court, and he would come and hoop in the backyard and stuff like that, and everybody was just in awe. And he would just be messing around, not even really going full speed on purpose, all of this stuff. And everybody, and you know what we would ask ourselves? Yo, he's still going to Mumford? Is he on the team? Seen that nigga cutting grass. No. Not with his own lawnmowing company. Not with no. He was like cutting grass on some like push more crackhead type cutting grass. You heard me? You heard me talking about Darnell before. Cutting grass. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Y'all ever seen a super pretty girl like a I ain't talking about regular pretty. I ain't talking about, you know what I'm saying, hood pretty or nothing like that. I'm talking about a model looking type of chick. Smoked out, looking like she on drugs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know how heartbreaking that is for people that look at her and say, You know how messed up it is? You know how difficult it is to observe a girl that is supposed, you know that, listen, you supposed to be a queen somewhere. And they just be like, crazy. It's like, she not supposed to be here. What is she doing here? There are people that are watching this show right now. Unfortunately. There are people that are watching this show right now that is supposed to be further along than they are. And everybody know it. You know it. Based off of the people that you entertain in your relationships, the environments that you continue to put yourself in, the culture that you continue to be a part of because you think that you need validation, the whole 9 yards. And you wasting your talent. I can deal with a person that exceeded every expectation that they have and they wasn't supposed to get there. For God's sakes, I'll be thinking to myself sometimes like, how did I get here? Am I supposed to be this great? Am I supposed to be this successful? That's what they've been telling me all of my life. I can deal with somebody that exceed expectations. I can't deal with people with wasted talent. I can't deal with it, bro. I can't deal with people that have wasted talent. Breaks my heart. Breaks every single piece of bone inside of my body. Breaks my heart. Why are we trying to fit in instead of standing out? there are people in relationships that know that they ain't supposed to be in that relationship. And the person that they're in a relationship with already hit their ceiling. And some of y'all are so busy hoping, wishing, praying that the person that you with level up. Some of y'all got to watch my show in secret because you know that the person that you with don't like me. Not because I'm not right, but because it puts a bullseye. It puts a target on them to have to do better because they can't listen to me in the open, or they can't stand you listening to me in the open because I'm speaking about them and I don't even know them. Some of y'all got people that y'all are around, family members, spouses, relationships, and you can't listen. You know why you got to listen to me at work? Because they can't stand you listening to me at home. You know why? Because I'm right. Now, I'm not talking about politics. I'm not talking about all of that other little stupid stuff that we talk about that's entertaining. I'm talking about life. And they can't stand it. You know why they can't stand it? Because if you listening to me, that means that I'm putting things in your head consciously and subconsciously that they are then going to judge them by. And now it's like, man, F him. He is sellout. You know I ain't a sellout. You know I ain't never sold. I don't owe nobody a dime. I ain't never sold or did anything negative to anybody. You know I'm rich. You know I'm him. You know I'm the man. Oh, he arrogant. Man, stop it, bro. Every guy is supposed to be in a space to where they really love themselves and they feeling like they them. You know that. But you know why he gonna say that to you? Because he don't want you to be looking for me and him. Cause now you want to level up and he's saying, oh, you know what he gonna call you? And it don't even apply. The definition don't even apply. You want to level up and you want to do stuff and you want to go to another level and you want to go travel and you want to experience life and you want a new car, and he kept telling you, you know what he gonna tell you? You just like these modern women out here. Using it out of context, don't understand what we mean by a modern woman. He gonna diminish your light. He gonna suppress that light because he don't want nobody else to see it. And he don't want nobody else to be able to notice your light either. And it's the same thing on the other side with women. It's the same thing on the other side with women. They don't want you to level up. What you think that she wants you to get to the next level? Man, listen, bro, she like you dusty. She like you good enough, but not any better than where she at. You know why? Because it would either force her to level up or it would force her to get out. Because you can't be around somebody still being basic when he get into another level, because it's going to make her insecure. It's going to start to put a spotlight. When you level up as a man, it's going to put a spotlight on a woman, and she don't like that. She don't like that, bro. I'm going to tell you the truth. You are in a relationship where a woman is suppressing how great you're supposed to be, and she going to do 1,000 little things to try to keep you in the same space that you are. Why would a woman want you to spend all of your time with her? She don't even like you that much. She don't even like you that much. Most women that are smart want they man out there in the streets. And I'm not talking about out there in the streets doing something he's supposed to do. I'm talking about want him out there going to get it. I don't know a woman that wants to live a substandard lifestyle based off of the fact that her man is spending all of his time up under her. That don't even make sense. It don't make sense. She don't even like you, bro. She just wants somebody to be around her because she know that she not ready to do the work, and so she okay with you being in the space that you are. And you fell for it. You think that, oh man, no, I just got to get home to my baby. Man, if you don't put in an extra 4 hours of overtime, you ain't doing nothing when you getting home. You ain't doing nothing when you getting home. Don't you want better for yourself? Don't you want your kids to not have to take out student loans? Don't you want to go on vacation? Don't you want a better car? Every guy I know hate debt. They want the car, but they hate debt. It's a pathway to that. And guess what? The minute that you do that, it's going to unlock something else in you because you're going to say, you know what? This is nice. This is nice. And there's more. And I can get better. And I can run up a better bag. And I could be a greater man. And it's another level. Oh, man, I could network effectively. And then she going to see that girl that you hanging out with at work. And she going to say, Next thing you know, it's a story time on you. She don't even want to come and visit you at work because the girl at work is on it. And y'all not even doing nothing. Y'all not even out of pocket. That's just your co-worker in real life. But the girl at work, she dress up every day. She take care of herself. She beat her face up with makeup. She look good. She smell good. She on a pathway and a trajectory to go to this level. And she don't want you around her. And if you come to work, if she come and visit you at the job, then she gonna feel judged because she know that she ain't meeting the expectation of the girl at work. And I ain't even talking about the job itself. I'm talking about carrying yourself as a woman. Now, guess what you got to do when you get home? You got to dumb yourself down. Oh, babe, these girls don't mean nothing to me. Oh, she not even nothing. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Yes, yes, she is. You can't tell her the truth, though, because you got to try to make her feel good about yourself. Girl, I love you in all your roles and all the glory that you got going on. Come here, girl. Let me grab them rolls. You got to hold on to her like the Pillsbury Doughboy. She keep trying to convince you that it's okay and that she letting her hair down around you because she love you the most. Yeah, if y'all wasn't together, she would be gym life and she would be renewed, trying to put her best foot forward for the next guy that came around. Get out of here. Get out of here with that nonsense. Get out of here with that. Level up. Listen, bro, get your money right. Get your money right. You know why I'm about to hurt your feelings real quick, and then we're going to go to the next subject. You know why he closes eyes when he getting with you at night? Because he thinking about somebody else. He imagining he's with somebody else while he with you. That's why he closes eyes. It ain't that this ain't a euphoric situation. This is a necessary need in order for him to be able to get through this, in order for him to finish. Y'all didn't like that part? Y'all didn't like that part? Okay, don't worry about it. Y'all didn't like that part? Oh, my bad. You thought that you was doing me a favor by giving me box. Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. That's my fault. I apologize. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah. You know what I'm saying, Joyce? Make sure y'all hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let's go ahead and get back to the regular show. Friday. We on Thursday Eve. Friday. That's why everybody want to make sure that their spouse is still working from the home. Friday. Ain't no competition at home. Oh, you thought that she wanted you to work from home because She wanted to spend all her time with you. No, because it ain't no competition at home. Friday, she can keep an eye on you. She can make sure that you ain't even about Friday. ain't no competition at home. Ain't no competition at home. Friday. Brick Squad in the building. Shout out to Brick Squad. Says, I only make $16.50 an hour, but every time I go to lunch and I see someone less fortunate, I buy them lunch just because we all have to eat, man or woman. I'm with you on that. Shout out to Brick Squad. You'll get there. You'll get there. Time to level up. King DJ Trick says, I needed this combo. Thanks, Anton. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. We got to push, man. We got to push. I had a mandate. I ain't even going to remind y'all, but I had a mandate on y'all years ago that every man inside of this chat, every man that's a bag chaser that's aligned with me should be on a pathway, a clear pathway to be making $250,000 a year. $200,000 a year minimum. Y'all forgot. Y'all got comfortable. Everybody kind of forgot about it, act like I wasn't going to say nothing again. No, there was a mandate for every guy that was in my sphere, that's in the bag chasers, to be chasing and ultimately making $200,000 a year minimum. And everybody act like they forgot what the requirement was. Got comfortable. Y'all waiting on GTA 6. That's all right. We're going to talk about it. That's why I got to get coaching calls back up and popping, because I'll be tripping, K. Cooper. Yeah. K. Cooper and Azriel having their own conversation right now. That's what I like. Conversation inside of the no. Claude. Not 100K to the listen. You make 250. If you can make 250 a year, I can show you how to keep 230 of it. See, you having the wrong conversations, Claude. The next question that you should be asking if you get to 200 to 250 is, how do I keep the rest? How do I keep most of it? You asking the wrong question. It's not, oh man, I got to give 100 to the IRS. It's, oh man, how can I leverage that in order to increase my net worth and keep the majority of it? You asking the wrong questions. If you can get to 250, I'll show you how to keep 230 of it. That's the next level. That's the next level. All right? Pay off that debt, get that 250, I'll show you how to keep the rest of it. All right? Get rid of the debt. I'll show you how to keep the rest of it. I'm 46 on year one of staying down challenging. It's not challenging. You know what make it easier, long way ENT? Is if you spend more time around other people that's doing the same thing as you. It's not hard if you're around other people that's doing the same thing as you. It's way easier to execute and to endure through it when you got other people that's around you that's doing it. That's why we a community. Way easier. Orlando says, on a new level in my career from operation and maintenance tech to assist electrical estimator. I literally just applied for a second job. I know my finance might be pissed. My fiance might be pissed, but I need that she should get over it. I ain't never seen a woman leave a man for getting richer. I ain't never seen a woman leave a man for getting richer. Manny Plays PC says when he's closing his eyes, he's imagining having a threesome, not a big bag. Cypho in the building says, AD, you speaking to me? My girl left me for the next dude. Good. Good. That's a blessing. Listen. For all of my guys in the chat that think that a girl leaving them is a hurt thing, that's a help thing. It can only be looked at two ways. Either she wasn't ready to go to the next level with you, or you wasn't the man that you were supposed to be. Either way, you use it as motivation to get to the next level. Either she saved you for a headache or she creating a monster. Which one is it? It's only two ways to look at it. Either she saved you from a headache or she created a monster. The question that you got to ask yourself is, who are you? Are you now becoming the monster that you're supposed to be? Are you now becoming the monster that you're supposed to be? You know why I like sending my girl and my daughter out of town together? It's so I can eat, sleep, content, and work. Honest to God, I cannot be any more honest with y'all. I love getting women out of my way so I can eat, sleep, breathe, work. That means I don't have nothing standing in my way to doing what I'm supposed to do. If you're not around me and you're not being my muse, meaning that I just want you to shut up and look good and be motivation for me to keep on hustling and grinding, I don't even want you around me right now. I don't even like women that talk right now. I only want somebody that's around me that can look good, put on your best outfit, smell good, and just sit there. And that way I could just look at you and be like, okay. And then I can get back to work. I don't even care about what you got to say. I'm not interested in nothing you're saying right now. I just want you to look good, be quiet, and I want you to be a living, walking, breathing muse. I want you to be the poster in real life. And then occasionally you say something like, I'm hungry. All right. I got you. Don't worry about it. Not even interested in you saying nothing. I just want you to be quiet and be good looking. I love sending you out of town. That way I can really become a monster. Cypho, time to level up, big dog. TS Car Wash and Detail Service in the building says Charlie Wilson's had a stroke and set out there trying to perform. Need help walking. Sad Lionel Richie cut shows short because he felt dizzy. Yeah, they need the money. A lot of them need the money. Honestly, they need the money. Ray Sean! What up, Ray Sean in the building? Ray Sean. Shout out to Ray Sean with the 100 ball. He said, God did. Yeah. TS Car Wash and Detail Services. AD, you still watch the first 48? Nah, I don't watch it. I don't really get a chance to watch no TV. You know, you see that back there? You see me on the TV? That's what I be having on my TV the whole time that I be here. It either be this or be something car related. I'm looking at the new BMW M3. Me and my daughter been talking about it a lot. I make 110 and I only keep 10,000. Why the heck, Doc? Well, we got to have that conversation. I don't know. I got to look at it. AD, Chris Brown and Usher added another Detroit show. That's because the one here is sold out. Love in this club. The illusionist says, put me in, coach. What up to the illusionist? What up, illusionist? I appreciate you for the 20 ball. TS Car Wash and Detail Services 80. Bring all the colorway hats to the meetup. Love in this club. In this club. We're going to get to this next subject, and then we're going to take an audio break before we get into the second half of the show. All right? Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications.
Line up or down, price, volume, productivity. And so, you know, what we can get you is here's the trend. Here's how we think we can bend that trend positively or negatively.
So let me.
I think that's exactly what you'd like to see.
Yeah. What cost-cutting measures have you identified as part of the analysis, and what impact would they have on the projected date that you'll run out of cash?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what we're doing from a cost-cutting point of view, it really, for us, is all about the effective and efficient movement of the mail. And so you've got to look at the various
Right, but what
So-
specific measures have you identified, and what does that do in terms of the long-time projection from when you're running out of
Right.
cash?
So let's walk through, if you want, we can walk through the entire sort of mail system. So you've got the carriers, right? The carriers that deliver mail, that pick up mail. You know, we look all the time at how do we make those routes more efficient.
Love you too, Rhonda.
Then you go to the processing plants. We're looking at how do we make that more efficient. Obviously, you have to have investments in technology. And then that mail gets transported. We're looking at how do you take out transportation costs. You know, as I mentioned, we've taken out $2 billion in transportation costs. And then you've got it showing up again at another plant where it ultimately gets delivered by the carrier, you know, that full cycle. We look at every single phase of it.
So
to
you
see
have
where we can save
proposals
money.
in this letter, and I realize I'm a little over time, so what do those proposals do to the projection of when you'll run out of money? Are you going to be able to be solvent for longer?
Yeah, I do want to clear up a misconception because, you know, I think the PRC testified that we've got cash to last us a certain amount of time. Let me be very, 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 very clear. We are out of cash. We are out of cash. If we had to pay all of our bills today, we could not pay all of our bills today. We are out of cash. What we are doing right now is we're basically borrowing money from our retirement plans to fund current operations. I'm not particularly comfortable with that. I promise you our employees are not particularly comfortable with that.
And neither am I.
You know, you all shouldn't be comfortable with that.
David Steiner is the relatively new, let me see something real quick, just double check. David Steiner is the relatively new. He served as a businessman and an executive lawyer. He's a 76th United States Postmaster General. Just recently took the job, hasn't even been in the job for over a year. And he's basically went through, audited the entire post office, or USPS, United States Postal Service. And he's come to the conclusion that the post office itself is running out of cash. Now, some people try to debate me and tell me, Anton, the post office is its own business, blah, 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 blah. And then I told them, I said, listen, bro, the post office is not profitable. They have been subsidized by taxpayers basically since its existence. And we are basically supporting them to the tune of about $9 to $10 billion every year. Let me say that again for the people in the back. Taxpayers subsidize the post office, and they lose between $9 and $10 billion every single year. And so I got two things that I want to share with y'all about this. Number one, this is why I don't like paying an egregious amount of money in taxpayer dollars because I believe that every single institution of the government, every one of them, needs to be looked at from a business perspective. And we can't have, this is the reason why I also like this postmaster, we can't have our government not being able to even run their own businesses profitably while at the same time thinking that they need to take more of our money. There is no government entity, not one, that looks at and knows how to run an office efficiently. None of them. Congress don't know how. Post office, we don't run that efficiently. Military, different states, local government, we don't know how to run anything efficiently. The post office is losing $9 to $10 billion, a net loss. Do you know that if there's a company, a private or publicly held company, that is losing $9 to $10 billion a year every year since I was born, or losing the equivalent of it adjusted for inflation, and they've never turned a profit, or they've never been profitable, or they've never been really beneficial to the American people? Do you know that nobody would invest in that company? It would have went under a long time ago. We would have shut it down. We would have criticized the CEO, and we would have just left them out to dry. They are borrowing from retirement, meaning that people that retire from the post office, they are borrowing from their retirement in order to keep themselves afloat financially. And the reason why they're having this hearing before Congress is because they are continuing to beg the federal government for more money so that they can remain efficient. It's a loss leader. It's a loss leader. It's not entirely their fault. It's the same reason why we criticize government figures from the past, because they've kicked the can down the road. They don't care. And we just supposed to think that it's okay. Hey, it's okay for them to lose $9 billion a year, long as I get my letter in the mail. Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. You are 100% correct. It ain't going bankrupt. It's been bankrupt. You know why we keep having conversations about funding Social Security every single year? We got to take care of our seniors. We got to make sure that we're funding Social Security. We have to take care of our seniors. We have to take care of the seniors, partly because most of these seniors were irresponsible for the entirety of their lives. Now, that doesn't mean that they didn't pay into Social Security, because the people today did pay into Social Security, but our federal government doesn't manage it as effectively. So there's supposed to be some float money. You know how universities have an endowment? It's supposed to be float money. And the float money is supposed to be paying for Social Security, because you pay into it. It's supposed to be investing over a period of time. Ultimately, it pays out, but it's supposed to be more valuable than you put into it. It's not boomers' fault, OG. It's not boomers' fault. Although there are a lot of boomers that are bad, it's not boomers' fault. Because I will tell you, it started way before boomers. And so they decided that the federal government wanted to get into socialism, right? And y'all got to remember, historically, we come from a time where a pension, which is unheard of for most of us nowadays, unless you are either in the military or you are some kind of public servant, politician for the government, a pension is unheard of. It is unheard of nowadays. They used to offer pensions for everything. So basically, to incentivize the workforce to take these manufacturing jobs, which were hard, or to take the different jobs, they would offer a pension, and they would say, hey, you give me at least 30 years or for however long you work, and this is how much we'll give you in your retirement until you died. So now, like Social Security, they robbing Peter to pay Paul. So what we're doing today, right, we're putting money into Social Security to pay for the people that are retired, that are already retired. So we paying for it. And so ideally what's going to happen is that somebody else that comes after us, once we get of age, they have to pay for us. And then the Ponzi scheme continues to go on. basically it's a house that's built up on sand, right? It's being propped up by all of the new influx of money, whereas they pay for it, and then they pay for the people that came before them. We now have to reward the boomers in their retirement so that they can cuss us out at the grocery store and tell us about how these young whippersnappers, they don't know nothing. And so now we have to pay for them, and that's why we keep having politicians Airplay, would you like to come up and tell me why I'm wrong? I will give you an opportunity. Airplay, would you like to come up and tell me why I'm wrong? Tell me why I'm wrong that we shouldn't be mad at boomers. Tell me why I'm wrong, why the post office should be heralded because it's the greatest organization in the world. Listen, I am the person, I am an engagement. I'm an equal opportunity engagement, right? I love the chat. I believe that the chat is a part of the show. See, you didn't know that I pay attention to my chat because we got a lot of people in here. But listen, before we go on a break, I would love for you to give me an opportunity to meet with you on the live stream so that we can have an opportunity to chop it up. So if you tell me, yep, Anton, I would like to come up here and help you to understand why you're wrong about this, and I will drop the link in the chat just for you, and then we can have a really good conversation about why I am wrong. And I would love for you to tell me respectfully, of course, and hold me accountable about what it is that I'm wrong about. I'm right about the post office. It loses $9 to $10 billion a year. I'm right about Social Security. It is a Ponzi scheme. I'm right about the inefficiencies of the federal government. They don't know how to manage money correctly, and I don't feel comfortable giving them more tax dollars. Now, a 401k cherry beast is not BS. I disagree. However, I do have a real estate live stream that we doing this weekend on Patreon, and then we coming right back into Stock Club because I need a lot of y'all to pivot and move your money. You have to move your money, and you have to choose a different fund that you want to be managed for your 401ks and your Roth 401ks because of the way that they're structuring this deal and the way that they made adjustments for SpaceX and then ChatGPT. And I got new information on all of that type of stuff. Your 401k or your retirements will very much be affected by what's going on because they are going to enter into ETF territory and all of that stuff just based off of the valuation. So we're going to talk about that, all right? We're going to talk about that. It's more than just if you got a brokerage account, don't buy this or buy this at this particular time. Y'all going to have to pick a different fund that is controlling y'all 401k because you don't want that to be affected by what's going on with these recent IPOs. All right? So we're going to come right back with that. Right after we have a block club, we coming back with Stock Club inside of the Patreon. And then obviously y'all need to let me know when y'all, if y'all coming to the Patreon meetup in DC. It's going to be a hoot of a time. All right? Airplay, you don't want to come up? Okay. You know, no harm, no foul. No harm, no foul. Sometimes people just want to engage in a chat, and I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate that. Sometimes people just want to engage in a chat, and they're not interested in coming up and holding me accountable, and that's fair. Shout out to Professor. That's fair. That's fair. Listen. I don't look at people that have a difference of opinion than me, or if somebody says Anton is wrong, or I don't agree with you about this, or no, Anton this and that. I don't look at that as a problem. I don't look at that as a problem. I look at that as somebody that has a different opinion than me. And this is not an echo chamber. If you are just now tuning in, or if this is your first time rocking out with me, let me tell y'all this. You will not be censored. You will not be blocked. You will not be timed out in this chat if you have a difference of opinion in me, if you think that I'm wrong, you are more than welcome and free to say what you want to say in the chat. You are more than welcome to be, and I'm going to engage with y'all. Sometimes I see it, sometimes I don't, right? And I'm going to engage with y'all because, you know, I think that good, you know, people that have differences of opinion is good. It's good. We don't operate in an echo chamber. I think I'm right. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why I'm wrong, and then we can have a conversation, right? This isn't a censorship show. This is an engagement show, and there's plenty of people that Eric D got a wrench, and I think that Eric D is wrong about a lot of things, and then I think he's right about some things. We see the eye to eye on some things, and we don't sometimes. So if y'all come up here, I'm gonna meet you whatever the same energy that you have for me. If you come up here respectful and you say, Anton, this is why I think you all for, you know what, I agree with you on this one, but I disagree with you on that. I'm gonna say, okay, cool. Tell me why. And I'm gonna meet you with whatever energy you have. It's not always an accountability session. It ain't always no smoke show. Sometimes it's just engaging, and I like it when people have a difference of opinion in me. And so I think that that's fun to have a conversation about. Let me play a little bit more of this video.
That none of us should be comfortable with that. To me, that's why we have to have this discussion of how we fix this broken business model.
So I am over time. I want to follow up with you, and I hope you will be more clear about what the savings you think will do in terms of your cash flow and cash solvency.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Glad to come meet with you at any time you'd like to have that discussion. Glad to do it.
Senator Langford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. David, thanks. Thanks for stepping into this role and taking this on. This is a tough task to be able to take on. I'm always interested in when we in Congress are talking to USPS about how you balance your budget. I find that always ironic for us to be able to be in that conversation as a body that has $2 trillion worth of overspending this year. And our
I wasn't going to bring that up.
No, I will. I will. It is a challenge that we got to be able to figure out. I want to be able to drill down on multiple things here. Part of the challenge that you're facing is not only the complexity of the organization, the number of people that are in the organization, the equipment that are there, the out-of-date buildings, and all the other things that are there that make this incredibly expensive to be able to manage, but the lack of flexibility to be able to actually help fix this. So I want to drill down on a couple of things. In the short time that you've been there so far, we're dealing with, over the last 10 years, and you've only been there months at this point, but over the last 10 years, delivery has gotten slower as well. So we've got increasing amounts of expenses in decreasing speed of service. In the same time period, Amazon and Walmart are racing to try to get deliveries to people's homes in 2 hours, and it's now taken 5 days for a lot of folks in rural America to be able to get a letter moving, where it used to take 2 in the past. As you're dealing with the debt in other areas, this has got to be one of the areas you're focused on as well. It's just speed of delivery, because that increases the volume of people actually using that. Where are you going on that?
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, the moonshot, the visibility, right? I mean, the reason why, well, let's look at the context first. FedEx, Amazon, UPS, deliver, call it anywhere from maybe 8 to 10 billion packages a year. We deliver 110 billion pieces every year. So the magnitude, the difference in the networks is dramatic. And so for us, it's all about visibility. We've got to know where that piece of mail is at any particular point in time, because what happens is it gets shoved to the back of the line and forgotten. And so we are working on it right now to where we can get visibility into every piece, so that if we see that a piece is delayed, we can call that plant manager and say, the piece is delayed. This is not rocket science technology. This is not technology that doesn't exist. This is technology that exists, that other companies use, again, because we've underinvested in the network, because we don't have the cash. We haven't been able to get that end-to-end visibility. That is absolutely where our focus is right now.
Okay. It's interesting to me.
Yeah, the post office is in trouble. I think that anybody that gets into politics, they have to address the fundamental problems and the fundamental issues that we have inside of society. I do. I think that they have to address the fundamental issues inside of society. And the post office is one of them. Social Security is one of them. We can't keep kicking the can down the road, bro. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. Somebody got to come and fix this. Somebody got to come and fix what's wrong. What's wrong with our post office? Somebody got to fix it, bro. And nobody, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just hard, bro. It really is. It's very difficult. It's very difficult for people to understand the importance of what's happening in our society. And most of us don't have a clue of what's happening, but it is what it is. All right, y'all. We at the midway mark. Today, I'm going to go a little bit more throwback. We going all the way to 1994, okay? Oh, hold on. Songs, Aaliyah, At Your Best, the You Are Love, Gangsta Child, remix. I don't know why they always put some weird name like Gangsta Child remix. But, yeah, man. That was Aaliyah. And so we about to get into the second. I hope y'all enjoyed. Do y'all enjoy the format of the show? Let me take some feedback from the chat real quick. What would you like to see changed about the format of the show? Is there something that you like, something that you don't like? Do you like the music in the middle, the formatting, the length of it? Give me some feedback. Help me to understand what I need to do differently in order to improve this for you. The quotes. What is it that I need to do differently? Keep the intermission, change muting yourself completely. Co-host, they said I need a co-host. We need a car segment once a week. Okay. Music break is dope. ESPN room. Y'all want me to move back into the... I know Kay Cooper like it out here. Laymar said don't change nothing. Oh, I'm not going to 6 hours. Greatest show ever. Add more music cues. Great flow. I like the intermission. You good? Not long enough. I could watch you all day. Keyring. I do 4 hours in the morning and I do at least 3 hours to 4 hours on after hours. Nothing, bro. You mastered it. Been enjoying the musical breaks. I love the music. You put me on to some joints. Good, good, good. I like the music in the middle. What up, Kiwi? It's A1. More Detroit music. Jay Dilla, Slum Village. Take song requests in the future. Definitely love the music. I'm a music head, so I love the music breaks. I love it. It gets me through my work day. It's perfect, babe. Like the quotes. Love the quotes. Love the quotes. Longer lives I work at. Y'all want me to do an 8-hour live? All right, so let me ask y'all a question. What up to Slimmy? Slimmy in the building. What up, though? I think Slimmy was in the building. I could be wrong about that. Or that it made it by some, I guess I wasn't Slimmy. Let me ask y'all a question before I read Super Chats and then I get into the next part of the show. Fa Brown said he wants it as 3 hours and not 4 hours. No co-host, want people calling in. You been running it up, Kiwi? I can't. I ain't built for 8 hours. I ain't gonna be able to get nothing else done. Everybody, okay, so let me just ask this. I'm going to ask one feedback question a day. And y'all got to remind me to ask a feedback question a day. He said, I don't. Let me read this. What up, Love? Love says, I look forward to your show every time you come on and the music is great. You don't need no co-host. You alone is what's best. All right. All right. Shout out to my dog, DJ Ace. 3 hours or 4 hours? Because Fi is saying that he only wanted us 3 hours so that he can catch up on the previous shows. Some people saying 4 hours is perfect. Nah, 3. The 4-hour show is a better show. 4 hours is perfect. 3 hours is best, CC Diggs. 4 hours is perfect. And I do put timestamps in within a few hours. You're replacing a Black Breakfast Club, and I love it. 4 is good. 3 to 4 hours is enough. I say I started a 9 o'clock hour. More people are saying 4. Some people are saying 5 hours. All right. They say 5. Only watch for 3 hours then. Oh, man. All right, so listen. Is it anything that y'all want me to cover specifically that I don't already have on the docket? That's the question that I guess I need to ask y'all. Is it anything relevant that I need to cover? What's going on? Layoffs. I guess we could start with layoffs. Or, hold on. It's a couple different things that I want to talk about first. Perfect. Give me a second. I'm working through it. That's what he said. Give me a second. I'm working through it. If you play a part, baby. All right. Let's get into the second half of this show. I am going to start off because I just can't stay away. I'm sorry. I apologize. There's nothing that I could do about it. I have to talk about it. It is what it is, okay? There's nothing I could do about it. All right? Chicago. Chicago, let's get to it.
That's right. The FBI says Gary Llewellyn, also known as Bird, is now in custody. He was arrested yesterday in the Chicagoland area. The FBI says this is a major win for them, but there is still a lot of work to do. There are still 5 others on that most wanted list that are still out there on the run. Investigators say Llewellyn was one of FBI Chicago's most wanted and one of the violent offenders highlighted in Operation Summer Heat, which is the Bureau's crime crackdown crackdown focused on taking some of the city's most dangerous suspects off the streets. The initiative launched last year and has now returned as Operation Summer Heat 2.0, which began June 1st and runs through the summer. FBI says Llewellyn was part of violent armed robbery and carjacking crews that operated across the Chicagoland area and put public safety at risk.
The individual we arrested yesterday was a member of an armed robbery crew that was extremely violent in nature, brazen, and operated with a frequency that jeopardized the public safety of the citizens of the Chicagoland area. We obviously deal with the most violent offenders on a day-to-day basis, but this individual and that crew was particularly brazen and had a blatant disregard for human life and safety, and that is why they made our list.
The FBI is now asking the public to take a good look at that most wanted list, and if anyone out there recognizes anyone on that list, make sure you call the FBI right away. That number there on your screen.
Let me show this guy again. So, I remember a time personally when the most wanted list didn't even have black people on it. As crazy as that may sound. The most wanted list, like, remember when there used to be America's Most Wanted? I don't know if it wasn't that a show? It was a show that was called America's Most Wanted. And they used to go city to city, state to state, and they would always detail the crimes and document the crimes for what was going on when it came to the most wanted criminals. And most of the time, and I'm going to just keep it 100 with y'all, most of the time, it was somebody that was doing something egregious, and there were no black people on the list. I'm just going to keep it 100 with y'all. There were no black people on the list. That made America's, I mean, as far as I remember, now my memory could not, it could be off a little bit. Maybe I'm a little off, but most of the time when you seen somebody on that list, it didn't have anything to do with the culture and black people. Now, there can be a debate here, right? We could be debating this and we could say, well, maybe it's because they didn't really give as much visibility or respect to, the people that was out there doing the crimes. Like, they didn't take black crime serious because it was so prevalent inside of these communities and in these spaces. Yo. Okay. Bye. And so, a lot of times it just wasn't a thing. Maybe they didn't take black crime serious or anything like that. But it just wasn't a real situation. I'm looking at this executive order that he just signed. They saying that Brandon Johnson just signed an executive order. It's live. I'm going to take y'all to it right now.
They are teaching these kids. All right. Keith? Oh, we're going to hold it up. All right. Okay. Congratulations, Chicago. Yeah.
What are they applauding?
Morning, everyone. We're going to do one question, please, and go down the line. Thank you.
Good.
With this office being established and moving towards the department that you want to get, would the Office of Community Safety then be disbanded? Would this replace it if the department is created?
I know it's a little low, but give me a second. I'm gonna put it up for y'all.
Or who are wondering
Well, first of all, the Mayor's Office of Community Safety will still function and exist. One of the things that I think it's important to note that the Mayor's Office of Community Safety deals with a host of matters, right? And so it's not just, police, but it's also fire, it's OEMC, it's coordinating with other departments like the Department of Family and Support Services, right? So the overall frame and structure of my vision to build the safest, most affordable city will still exist. The Office of Gun Violence Reduction becomes a more strategic and coordinated focus to deal specifically with reducing gun violence. Because as you all know, for a government and for too long, and I believe Reverend Bates Chamberlain really articulated this well, the work that has stretched across multiple departments, not only does it interrupt productivity, that's too much pressure on departments that have multiple tasks, right? And so this is going to provide the type of streamlined approach that really government needs to be far more thoughtful and innovative around, much like what we did with the Department of the Environment, restoring that. As far as city council members, look, again, I think both of our advocates that are here today spoke very candidly that it actually costs more when you disinvest. Right? It costs more. And if you look at every area that we are addressing.
All right. So let me tell y'all what's going on. So Brandon Johnson signed an executive order establishing an Office of Gun Violence Reduction within the mayor's office, and outlined procedures to support the establishment of a permanent city department to coordinate and strengthen the city's disparate efforts. All right, let me find out what this is. Let's give him a chance, y'all. Let's get into it. So this is what is being communicated. He issued an executive order Thursday to begin the potentially costly process of delivering on his promise to create a standalone city department focused exclusively on reducing and preventing gun violence. Goes on to say 2 days after embracing a plan that Chicago mayors have resisted for more than a decade, Johnson put some meat on the bone. So we already know that this is being spun, and whoever is writing this at the Chicago Sun-Times actually views Brandon Johnson favorably, because that's the reason that they're saying it. He established an Office of Gun Violence Reduction within the mayor's office and outlined procedures to support the establishment of a permanent city department to coordinate and strengthen the city's disparate efforts. He says, okay, for far too long in this city, we have not met the scale of challenges facing our residents within the level of investment and urgency needed to transcend systematic neglect and separation that has left lasting scars between our communities. Johnson said during a signing ceremony in the mayor's office, for decades, people have been demanding more from the city government, and today the city government responds with those demands. And this is our effort. This is my own monologue, and this is our effort to create a disinvestment from guns in our city and trying to create the biggest and safest city in North America. Okay? He goes on to say Emmanuel Andre, deputy mayor for community safety, will serve as the executive director. Oh, you don't say. So he got a new raise and promotion. The deputy mayor for community safety. You know what, man? We just create opportunities and positions. And he said we're going to go with diversity, equity, and inclusion anyway. What is the deputy mayor for community safety? What does that even mean? Will serve as executive director of the new office with an aggressive set of new marching orders. They include collecting data, on gun violence and violence reduction initiatives, issuing monthly progress reports. This is what it said, just like we in high school. Collecting data issuing monthly progress reports, identifying communities that have borne the brunt of gun violence, and designating those as the hardest hit neighborhoods as community safety priority zones. What are we doing, y'all? What are we doing? What are we doing, bro? What are we doing? What are we doing? Y'all don't know the neighborhoods and the communities that are the hardest hit by gun violence? You need somebody to create a progress report? You want them to do an Excel spreadsheet for you? A pivot table? What are we talking about, bro? What are we doing? We just winging it. We have to identify the communities that are the hardest hit. And you don't know the communities that's the hardest hit? I can do a Google search right now and find out exactly which ones are the hardest hit. I'll look at the news report and I can tell you right now where they about to go do a drive-by. Johnson's executive order also establishes a 17-member gun violence reduction advisory council. Blah, 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 blah. All of these long words, all of this. Listen, man. Black people, I'm going to just tell y'all, bro, I've been hearing about these same type of panels and advisory boards. I've been hearing about the same junk for the last 34 years. They've been doing the same finesse to y'all. There's a 17-member gun violence reduction advisory council with a mix of mental health professional, religious and community leaders, representatives from philanthropic organizations. Man, come on, man. Come on, bro. The decision to create yet another level of City Hall bureaucracy with at least 7 employees and perhaps more. Translation, we need more money. That's really what it comes to. What did I tell y'all yesterday when they was even thinking about putting this together and they was talking about executing on this plan? What did I tell y'all yesterday? I said that this is going to come with a financial tab and that it's going to create new jobs within City Hall of Chicago that is $1.6 billion behind the 8 ball. I told y'all all this is a money play. And they actually are way off. It says that this comes at a time when Chicago's financial challenges have never been greater. The city faces a $36 billion pension crisis. Let's just stop there for a second. This is why y'all not getting y'all reparations. This is why y'all not going to get any gun for prevention. This is why y'all not going to do nothing. Because in addition to the fact that they have a it's actually 1.6, but $1.3 billion budget shortfall. That means that they have not been able to plug the gap. That's why property taxes is going up so high. And they got a $36 billion pension crisis. What does that mean, Anton? This means that a part of y'all city budget, and I want y'all to understand what this means, all right? Chicagoans, everybody that's watching this from Chicago, everybody that's watching this in Illinois, listen to what I'm telling you. Hear me out. Hear me out. I want to break this down for you. Remember when I was telling y'all about the Social Security crisis and that we basically are funding Peter? They robbing Paul, not Peter this time. You know how they say they robbing Peter to pay Paul? No, we robbing Paul to pay Peter in this instance. They're taking tax dollars. And so what happened was, because you guys, and Brandon Johnson is just another factor in it, because you guys have had an inability to be able to manage our city correctly, and you have more businesses leaving, which means that there will be a bigger budget hole. A part of your city budget is now to make pension payments. So when you say there's a $36 billion pension crisis, remember what I told y'all in the beginning of the show. If you want to understand politics, if you want to understand investments, if you want to understand insurance companies, if you want to understand people, you have to follow the money. There is no more important factor than following the money. Don't follow the names, the terms, or the 17-member panels, diversity, equity, and inclusion. All of that is a distraction from what is really being communicated, and it is a money problem. Anton, how were you able to predict that Chicago eventually is going to file for bankruptcy? Well, because they can't meet their pension obligations, and the pension obligations is now a part of the budget. The budget, when y'all put together y'all budget every year, your budget is not only going to include the fact that less commercial buildings are paying property taxes as high as they used to because they've been able to devalue it based off of the fact that they have less tenants, less corporate interests, so on and so forth, because more rich people and their companies are leaving Chicago. You can also follow the money to understand that your property taxes is going to go up. And they're going to try to make it seem like, well, you know, we're going to put a tax on social media. We're going to do a bag tax. We're going to try to do a billionaires tax. We're going to do a PlayStation GTA 6 tax, whatever they can find, right? Your cost of living is going to go up substantially, and they're going to put pressure on you. But it all comes back to you, because the people that have resources, they can leave. And you are going to be paying more in property taxes, and they're not going to reduce the amount of property taxes that you pay, even if they file for bankruptcy, because they still want the money coming in. So now this $36 billion pension crisis is a crisis for the city. The city. Because every year they have to make a payment to keep the pension crisis solvent. There is no getting around it. Ain't no over it, under it, in it, through it, none of that. You got to face it head on. That number is not going away. And when you say a $1 billion budget shortfall, you know what that means? That means that y'all don't really have enough money to pay y'all bills. You want me to throw salt in that wound? I'm going to throw some salt in the wound. Chicago's credit rating has actually gone down. Let's read some more. Reading is fundamental. With the mayoral and aldermanic elections, 50 aldermen plus a mayor, just 8 months away, this year's budget debate is likely to be even more contentious than the last two political stalemates that saw an emboldened city council reject Johnson's proposed $300 million property tax increase. Tax increase, tax increase, tax increase, tax increase. Well, if they reject it, then how are they going to come up with the money? There was no mention as they did this and they had the little kids and they said, oh my God, you can sign in cursive. There was no mention whatsoever at the cost of this. Chicago already spends tens of millions of dollars on social programs aimed at reducing gun violence, but they're creating another department, as well as on community violence interrupters who seek to mediate and mitigate gang-related disputes before they occur. You know what that means? They spend on community violence interrupters who seek to mediate and mitigate gang-related disputes before they occur. You want to know what that means? I'll tell you what it means. Don't worry about it. It's a rhetorical question. It means that they give money to gangsters. And they call them community violence interrupters, people on the streets, they getting a check. Community advocates, community violence interrupters. These are the people that are on the streets, in the trenches saying, hey, young man, don't pull up on that young man. Make sure you put the guns down and put the thumbs up. A part of the budget that you guys are paying for is that you are giving money to the gangsters. And the gangsters are saying, hey, listen, we in the trenches. We the ones that got the connects to the people that's actually doing the violence. Give us some money, pay us and put us on payroll, and we'll reduce the gun violence by making sure that we talk to these youngsters, the GDs and the BDs. We're going to make sure that we stop it and we tell them, hey, young man, hold off. This is almost like giving drug dealers or drug addicts needles and Narcan so that they feel more comfortable doing drugs. Yeah, the big U's. Correct. In addition to the Chicago Police Department's $2.1 billion budget. So, according to CBS News, Fitch Ratings, and the city of Chicago itself, in February 2026, Fitch Ratings and Kroll Bond Rating Agency, KBRA for short, downgraded Chicago's general obligation bond rating to BBB+, with a negative outlook, keeping it just above junk status. A BBB+ is just above junk status. You were downgraded in February 2026. Now, the city can't talk to you about this because this looks bad on the mayor, this looks bad on the alderman, this looks bad on their ability to be able to manage the city effectively. But I'm going to share with you that your credit rating was downgraded to just above non-investment grade junk status. What does that mean? That means that the city itself got bad credit, like a chick that drive an Altima that got an 18% interest rate on her car. How does that affect you? Well, let me tell you, because I love to educate you on it. This affects you in such ways. Not only do you have a budget crisis, not only are y'all creating new departments that cost y'all more money, not only do you have a $36 billion pension obligation that you don't have the money for, that they're going to tax you for. Not only do you have higher property taxes, but now the money that you have, because let me just make sure y'all understand this. This is how much debt. Chicago carries approximately, we're going to do some work today. Chicago carries approximately $29.2 billion in outstanding net debt, with long-term debt and unfunded pension liabilities exceeding $77 billion. This translates into a taxpayer burden of over $40,000 for every Chicago City resident. But here's the thing. All right? Here's the key. Y'all carrying $100 billion in debt. Every time you get a credit downgrade, the way that it works for the city and government agencies, you pay more in interest. So if the credit agencies determine that you guys don't have the ability, or you're displaying less of an ability to be able to pay your bills because you're renting out all of the people that pay the taxes and you're mismanaging the city funds, guess what happens? They downgrade your credit. But it's different for us because when we get a downgrade in credit, if we already own the car, the interest rate is what it is. You know what I'm saying? If we already own the house, the interest rate, it is what it is. We can get the credit back. We can fix that. We can put that back together. But for a city like Chicago, the minute that you get a credit downgrade, the cost of the money that you've already borrowed and in a debt for, it goes up. So now you guys are going to have to pay more in interest every single year for the outstanding liabilities and debt because you got a credit rating downgrade. So now it costs you more money just to be in debt as a city, which then gets handed off to who? The taxpayers. So, in summary, let's put it together, y'all. $1.3 to $1.6 billion annually in ballooning in a budget deficit. Hundreds of billions of dollars in debt. $1 billion budget crisis for the schools because they were $734 million in debt. Oh, yes, Shanked. 100%. $2.1 billion budget for the police department. Higher interest rates because of a lower credit rating. Businesses leaving, billionaires leaving, downgrading in the amount that the commercial properties have to pay in property taxes because you have a up to approaching 40% vacancy rate at the Magnificent Mile, and you have a school teacher at the helm navigating this whole situation. And a school teacher is sitting there saying, well, we're going to create an Office of Community Safety, and we're going to create the biggest, safest city in the nation in Chicago. And the only people that get left holding the bag is you. You that baby pappy. You the sucker. You want to know why taxes can't go away? You want to know why they can't reduce your property taxes? Everybody say property taxes is a scam. Hey, turn to your neighbor and say, property taxes is a scam. Property taxes is a scam. You want to know why they will never, ever reduce your property taxes? Because they can't. Because they need you. They need your black tail, your raggedy black tail to go to work every day. Hustle, work, grind, and then get your money taken from by the federal government because you got to pay federal taxes and you got to pay state taxes, and then you got to pay Chicago because in order for you to really be able to stand on your square, and I love my city, Chicago, got to pay them property taxes. Hey, man, listen, we want you to own a home. Hey, come on, we want more own home ownership. Get you a 30-year mortgage and then make sure you pay the mother effing rising property taxes, boy. And all of their rich friends is going to escape with the money. They're going to escape with all of the migrant money that they spent, the billions in migrant money. They're going to escape with the school money. They're going to escape with the Chicago community violence money. They're going to get all of that money. Because you paying for it with your money. Now, you can get mad at me and say, Anton, I'm feeling some type of way about it, but make sure you get mad at Brandon Johnson. Get mad at me for pointing it out and then get mad at them for being the ones that steward your money ineffectively because you decided to get a social studies teacher as your mayor. You decided that. I didn't tell you. I told you don't vote for social studies teachers as your mayor. You said, no, Anton, we need diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we have to make sure that we get people in office that looks like us. So I want the first black mayor, the first woman gay mayor to be Chicago, and we're going to make that our flag, our standard. So let's get Lori Lightfoot. Hold on, let me get my applause. Let's get Lori Lightfoot. And then as her successor, we want to make sure that we get Brandon Johnson. Violence ain't going away in your community. But, if you ever feel the need to blame somebody, blame Trump. Blame Trump. Hey, no. It's Trump's fault. Don't worry about it. It's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault. Actually, I want this one because it's colder. It's been sitting in there. See that coldness? That's how you know you got that coldness. When it's not, well, hold on. I don't want to show the logo. That's how you get that coldness. When it's nice and perspirating. Yeah. See, we have fun and we learn something today, and we understand how ethics work as far as the lack of it in Chicago's office, and we understand civics, and we understand credit as it relates to the cities, and you truly understand what's going on in your city. So now the people in Chicago, you can't have an excuse and say, well, I don't know what I'm looking at when I'm going to the polls. I just gave you issues to stand on. If the money ain't right, then guess who's going to fall for it? Forget DEI. Talk about your property taxes. You talking about DEI. I'm talking about property taxes. You know what I'm saying? If somebody can send me because I got two different sizes, right? So you get this size and you get this size. If somebody can send me a sleeve, some kind of sleeve for my waters and my drinks so that I can put it over the drinks themselves, and that way when I'm drinking them, it covers up the logo. You know what I'm saying? Then we moving. We working with something. Let me read some of y'all soups. Shout out to Cypho. He said, noted. All right, that meaning we on our game then. That mean we on our game, Cypho. 80 thoughts on LaMelo Ball to the Wolves. I got to look at the trade and what the Wolves gave up for it. What did the Wolves give up? Let's talk about it. LaMelo. What did they give up? Guard Josh Green in Minnesota in a massive blockbuster deal, according to ESPN. The Hornets receive center Naz Reid, an unprotected 2033 first-round pick, 3 first-round pick swaps, and 3 second-round picks. Minnesota is pairing ball with Anthony Edwards. I don't see them as winning, though. Charlotte won because they don't want to pay LaMelo Ball. What is LaMelo Ball's contract? LaMelo Ball is in the third year of a 5-year, $203 million designated rookie maximum extension. He guaranteed $40 million. The deal runs to 28-29. He's making $40 million next year, $43 million in 27-28, $46 million in 28-29. And then he's going to get a real max contract. Then he's going to be making $50 to $60 million a year. And they're going to be paying him at least $250 to $300 million a year. They came up off that contract. They don't think that he can take them to the promised land. So they got him up off that contract. They got draft picks as a result of it. They got a player as a result of it. And they got pick swaps. Charlotte won. Maybe I'm looking at it from business eyes, and that's why I see it the way that I see it. I say Charlotte won. Wesley Turner says another Democratic socialist just got elected into the Senate in New York a few days ago. She was backed by Mondani. Yeah, I heard about that. Jew. What up, Jew? Jude says, I heard a few years ago that USPS was going to partner with Jeff Bezos to overhaul, but maybe liberals oppose it and it never happened. Charlotte is not a big market city. They don't want to pay that $500 million. Shout out to Jude. I appreciate you. P. Shank in the building says, good morning, Anton. I agree. Congress has a spending and a budget problem. They print money versus solving the issues. They are so irresponsible because it's other people's money. Vitoy Real says, I fought so many friends over Aaliyah. No cap. To this day, I done mess someone up and they hear their music for so long. Laymar on there says, the last 2 after-hour shows on Room 9 was lit as F. By the way, my boy gave me the same formula on how to come up, and both of y'all up, so I know it's not cap. Shout out to Laymar on there. Kiwi. You know, I got a soft spot for pretty girls that turn around in chairs with a super sticker. Shout out to my girl Kiwi. TS Car Wash and Detail Services do music reviews and movie takes. When? I don't have no time now. Purple Haze says, ask the feedback question at the intermission like Soul Train did with the Scramble game. TS Car Wash and Detail Services thoughts on UFC Dustin Poirier arrest. Yeah, I seen that. I can review it real quick. Give me a second. Nah, Chris Brown and Usher got 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Detroit dates. It's the 4th of July weekend. Vito says, this is my petition to bring back quick hits. I do bring back quick hits. I just don't name it quick hits. Mr. Joe says, fraud, waste, and abuse. He's handing out free money to his cronies. Same thing he accuses Trump of doing. Bam Bam Lynch says, I test water every day for a living. It surprised you. It wouldn't. My dad used to do it. Can you review St. Louis credit rating? And Stewart got traded from the Pistons to the Grizzlies. Yeah, they didn't want to pay him. St. Louis's credit rating? St. Louis holds a solid A category credit rating from all 3 major Wall Street agencies. The favorable ratings are heavily driven by careful budget management, sound financial control policies which significantly lower the city's cost of borrowing. Their bond ratings is pretty good. St. Louis budget. St. Louis is currently operating with a balanced general fund, while St. Louis County is messed up. City of St. Louis ended the fiscal year 25 with an operating budget surplus of $18 million. So they're doing well. They're managing well. City of St. Louis is doing well. They got good credit. They got a budget surplus. It looks like the city of St. Louis is doing okay. That may be where the next investment opportunity is. For the commercial break song, Rest in Heaven, Aaliyah. Shout out to my girl, Onaka. All right, I'll get to the Dustin Poirier situation in a minute. See what y'all talking about in the chat. Somebody said, why not reach out for a sponsor? Because I'm waiting on somebody to make themselves available to me and say, Anton, I want to work for you. Okay, well, what do you want to do for me? Well, I think I should be the one that's working on sponsorships and finding the opportunities where you don't have time or you haven't hired anybody to do so. Oh, okay, well, what does that look like? Well, I think that what makes the most sense and what matters if you was to have an agent is they would get 10 to 15% of whatever the deals is that they find with you. Or can you make sure that it aligns with my brand? Because I don't want to do any kind of gambling sites, but I am open to sponsorship opportunities. I just haven't had the opportunity to be able to mine through that. Sure, Anton, I'm a pretty girl. I like to write proposals. I know how to put it down. I also am very, very easy on the eyes and really good to look at. And so I think I should be the one to find you the sponsorship opportunities. Oh, okay. Well, what does that look like? Well, I will put together a pitch deck. I would make sure that I reach out to the sponsors. I would also make sure that I negotiate the deals. That way, you don't have to do anything except for go through the reads and put together whatever they want me to do as a sponsorship. I'll propose it to you. You tell me if it makes sense, if it aligns with your brand. And I know that you do, over 50 million views, between 50 and 100 million views. And then I can make sure that I find sponsorship opportunities for all three of your channels. And we can see what goes on that. Oh, okay, cool. Well, listen, I know you easy on the ass, but I want you to really be professional. And it's very important that we get together and put together partnerships, not just sponsorships. Sure, Anton, you think 10 to 15%? You know what? Definitely. 15%. Let's go between 15 to 20%, 18% for you. And then we'll keep the rest. That way you find $1 million sponsorship. Baby girl, you eating all year. Cool. That's what I'm waiting on. I'm waiting on somebody to tell me, Anton, I can take your numbers and make sure that I find. I don't like women unless they find me a bag. I've been telling y'all this for years. I only want to be around. I think women are the greatest weapon ever. I think that women are the greatest weapon ever. But I only want to spend the majority of my time. Now, I will entertain you. I like you. You know what I'm saying? I think you got good energy. Hello? I'm doing okay. Can I call you right back in like an hour and 30 minutes? Okay. I've been telling y'all that for years. I have. I said, listen, I like women that find me money. Mimi says she don't. Well, tell me something. I like women that find me money. I like women that look at what I got going on and they said, Anton, I can find you a bag. And I'm going to talk soft to you. Okay, well then, shit. Nah, Slim Trini girl. Nuh-uh. Nope. I don't want to hear it. If you are a woman that can go and find me some money, and the way that I just described it, send me an email and put in the subject line, I can get you some money. If you are a woman, send me an email at antondaniels413@gmail.com and you can go and find me some money. Send me an email at antondaniels413@gmail.com and say, I can get you some money. I promise you. Send me your phone number. Send me your Instagram information. Send me whatever it is and tell me that you can get me some money. And I promise you I'm going to respond. I always prioritize the ones that's trying to give me some money first. And make sure that you put your phone number in your whole, everything that's needed. Take your time. I'm not in a rush. I'm not pressed. I'm not desperate. Take your time. I'm not in a rush. And I'll give you a percentage. So whatever deal you get, we eat together. You eat, I eat, we run up a bag together. I need like a sponsorship manager out in this month. You know what I'm saying? because I don't have time for that. Anton, what was that 80 song you played 2 days ago? Phoenix. It's called Rubbers. Rubbers. Rubberz. My pocket's getting thicker, but I can't sleep through the. Lemaire Dozier says, can you take Fort Worth, Texas credit? Can you take? We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll go into it. Eli, thank you, my friend. TDS plus DEI mayors bankrupted Chicago big time. Shout out to my dog Eli Saul. TS says, thoughts on Austin Reeves 4-year, $185 million deal. I don't see LeBron being there this season. LeBron should come and kick it in Detroit, bro. They don't appreciate you in Cleveland. I know you just built that big old home down there in LA, but come get this money in Detroit. We rock with LeBron down here. We rock with LeBron. Let's see what else we got going on. What else was we supposed to be talking about today? Let's see. Buster Posey in the Giants parade. Let's go to layoffs really quickly. All right? So I've been trying to talk about this for the last couple of days, and I almost feel as though I've been missing it.
Hundreds of Arizona workers are expected to lose their jobs as Lucid Motors announces another round of layoffs. A new state filing shows the electric vehicle company plans to cut hundreds of positions at its Casa Grande Operations Center. 12 News journalist Tori King has the details. Hey, Tori.
Lucid Motors says it plans to eliminate 705 positions here in Arizona. But not only that, the company also plans on slashing 18% of its workforce nationwide. According to a WARN notice filed with the state, Lucid says these cuts are part of a broader effort to reduce costs and better match production with demand. The cuts will impact full-time employees, contractors, and manufacturing workers as well. Company documents show the move is expected to save Lucid about $158 million per year. That's their estimate. The company also plans to eliminate the second production shift at its Casa Grande factory here in Arizona. And as part of the restructuring, Lucid's chief operating officer is also leaving the company, and that position is being eliminated completely. In a statement, Lucid calls the layoffs difficult decisions and said they were taken to, quote, align production with demand, reduce inventory, and adapt to declining market conditions. They are a part of a broader effort to simplify the company, sharpen execution, and position Lucid to become more competitive over time.
That's corporate speak. All right, let me go back to this real quick. Layoff by the numbers. 705 Arizona jobs to be cut. 18% reduction in the U.S. workforce. $158 million in projected annual savings. Second production shift is being eliminated. Well, you know what that says to me? That says that the company is in trouble. People have been asking me for a long time, especially in the Patreon. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. Anton, what do you think about Lucid? Lucid is owned by the Middle East, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look this up. Yep, I was right. Lucid Motors is majority owned by Saudi Arabia's public investment fund. It's called a PIF, which holds over 60% of the company. The rest is publicly owned by large index funds like Vanguard and BlackRock and individual drivers. Real-world Lucid owners primarily consist of luxury EV enthusiasts and former Tesla or exotic car drivers. That's nonsense. So Saudi Arabia's public investment fund holds 60%. The rest of it is owned by individual drivers and Vanguard and BlackRock. Index funds and Vanguard and BlackRock. All right. So let me break it down of what's wrong with Lucid and why I don't believe that the company will survive. Did they build a decent car? Yeah, sure. Do they got more product that's coming into? Yeah, sure. But they can't compete internationally because the Chinese is beating them up. And so the United States is the only place for them to really be able to compete, United States and Canada and Mexico. The cars cost too much. They're not beautiful enough, and they're electric. And the U.S. consumers don't want high-cost electric cars. We are open to electric cars, but we want them low cost because we look at them as dailies. If I was looking for a daily car, right? That's not, I drive my Nav as a daily. I'm supposed to go and pick up my car tomorrow, my Lamb tomorrow. But if I was looking for a daily car, a local daily car, then I would be more open to an electric car. But if I'm open to a super duper luxury electric car, I'm going to get a Porsche Taycan. If I'm looking for something that's practical and economic and I want full self-driving, and I'm telling you that that Tesla full self-driving, I'm going to go and get a Tesla. A Lucid is probably going to be the last thing on my list as far as a luxury electric vehicle. The Taycan, in my opinion, is the best electric vehicle as far as a car is concerned. I don't hear or know anybody that said, you know what, I think I'm about to go and buy a Lucid. I just don't see it. I don't think that they fill a niche. I think that the competition that they have is too heavy. I never seen Lucid as a real competitor in the U.S., and American consumers just don't have an appetite for it. And if they're going to spend that type of money, when it starts to get up, when you start talking about Lucid money, you're talking about getting into 911 territory. You're talking about getting into Mercedes territory. You're talking about BMW territory. You're talking about getting into a whole nother category. And if you go any higher than that, now you're starting to talk about Spectre. You're talking about, very, very, very high end. And I can't see anybody saying, you know what, I would prefer to have a Lucid over a 911. I personally don't see it. I don't see it. I think that Lucid is a dying company. They have a lot of float money because they got a lot of money behind them. But I can't see Lucid being able to survive in the U.S. I don't. I think that they're going to go away, personally, and I don't see it. Let me see. Average cost. What is the average cost of a Lucid? Lucid Air. The cost of a Lucid electric vehicle varies drastically depending on a specific model and trim level, spanning from $70,900 to $249,000 for a new vehicle. Excluding the ultra-high performance Sapphire supercar variant, and the average sticker price for a mainstream Lucid configuration, the basic model, is $91,000. Get out of here, bro. The Sapphire supercar variant, a limited track-ready build pushing 1,200 horsepower, is $250,000. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I personally don't see them being able to create a niche in this marketplace with you got to compete against all of these other manufacturers. No, I don't see it. I just don't see it. Ain't no way in hell you're going to sit here and tell me that we should go and I can go and get an S-Class, bro. I can go get a Maybach. I can go and get a Maybach. BMW 750 EV is what? I can go get a 7 Series electric BMW for $100,000. And that's if I just so happen to decide that I want to buy it new. I can go and get a BMW 7 Series, which is largely what the Rolls Royce is based off of. BMW makes Rolls Royces. I can go and get one of them joints and pop my stuff for $100K, but I'm supposed to go and pay $100,000 to $250,000 for a Lucid? Yeah. Go ahead and kill that, big dog.
That's their estimate. The company also plans to eliminate the second production shift at its Casa Grande factory here in Arizona. And as part of the restructuring, Lucid's chief operating officer is also leaving the company, and that position is being eliminated completely. In a statement, Lucid calls the layoffs difficult decisions and said they were taken to, quote, align production with demand, reduce inventory, and adapt to declining market conditions. They are a part of a broader effort to simplify the company, sharpen execution, and position Lucid to become more competitive over time. Lucid says it expects to complete most of these layoffs by the end of September. This is not the first round of layoffs for Lucid, by the way. The company cut about 1,000 jobs in 2023 as part of another 18% reduction, and then announced additional job cuts back in 2024. Lucid has not specified.
They're not even sweet. I can't see it, bro. Them cars are just sitting on that dealership lot. I can't see it. I can't see it, DJ Ace. I just can't see it. I can't see me saying, all right, listen, I worked my butt off. I'm about to take this $150,000 and go and get a Lucid. Nah.
Jobs in 2023 as part of another 18% reduction, and then announced.
Look at the back of it. I mean, it's cool, but it's a beam. This is for somebody that's retired in Arizona, an older man that's retired in Arizona.
Additional job cuts back in 2024.
Look at all them
Lucid has
cars.
not specified exactly what positions here in Arizona will be cut, nor has it said whether those employees have been notified. We'll continue to track that and bring you any updates online at 12news.com. Reporting in downtown Phoenix, I'm Tori King, 12 News.
Cookie Jar is a Casa Grande staple. The bakery and cafe has been downtown for decades. A few years ago, Lucid Motors became another fixture of the community. The company made some big promises to this small town when it moved in and officially began producing electric vehicles in 2021.
A lot of buzz when it was first built. Everybody was kind of, parading around happily and excited.
Many of the factory workers became Cookie Jar regulars. It wasn't long ago when manager Michael Hill estimates that crowd made up as much as 15% of their business.
We got to see a lot of those folks come in here.
But this week, 705 employees at this massive manufacturing plant were laid off. Sadly, layoffs are part of the Lucid story. People started losing their jobs in 2023, again in 2024, despite an expansion. And this marks the second workforce reduction in 2026.
If you want to get laid off, work there.
Melody Johnson.
Dog, hold on, man. No, he did not just say that.
2026.
If you want to get laid off, work there.
Melody Johnson's husband worked there for 5 years and survived several rounds of cuts until now.
Yeah, every time we were holding our breath. Other than the fact that we're still in shock and we have to figure out how we're going to pay our mortgage and get insurance again, that's been the biggest thing.
How do y'all, let me ask y'all a question. How do y'all get 30-year mortgages? At these prospective companies. When y'all go and get these mortgages, right? Because I'm going to tell you the honest to God truth. I'm scared to death of getting some kind of long-term financing based off of something that I can't control. And maybe it's still the 2008 in me that's speaking right now. But I am so apprehensive about financing something and then basing it on the idea that I would have to work there for at least 30 years to pay my mortgage for me to fully own the house partially because I still got to pay property taxes. When y'all go and get these jobs and then you say, hey, listen, I need to go and buy a house. Do y'all think about like, okay, I might get laid off or it may be, something happening or whatever. I have a hard time, a very, very hard time compartmentalizing that and breaking that down in my mind that, okay, I may get laid off or something may go wrong or something like that. And I'm just out. I'm just up and stuck because, oh man, I was dependent on this job to be able to pay my mortgage for the rest of my life. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't, bro. I just can't. I can't make sense of it. Bro, honestly, I'll get to it in a minute.
We've taken a huge hit, and we're just trying to pick up the pieces right now.
She works part-time at Cream of the Crop, a local consignment shop. Melody says her boss will soon give her full-time hours.
I'm going to get emotional. I'm very happy for that.
Now you got your chick. She 50. Now she begging for full-time hours. Now your girl got to go and take a full-time shift. And you know what happened when the full-time shift started to come up, then that's when the box started to dry up a little bit because she tired, boss. Now she got to take full-time hours working at a thrift shop, selling clothes and folding clothes and trying to do a valuation to figure out if the stuff that's being brought in is authentic or not. Now she got to sell clothes in a thrift shop. Now she getting emotional. You know what I'm saying? Gotta manage better.
So hopefully everything will work out.
Lucid was supposed to be a major economic driver, but now it has the reputation of being a consistent letdown, selling a false sense of hope.
You know, I knew some people that were like bartenders or whatnot and had gotten jobs and were super excited to only be let go shortly after.
Now it looks like it's going to be a black eye to the community because eventually I think it's going to
turn on you.
It's a blow for morale and everyone trying to make a living.
We're not the only ones affected by it. It will impact businesses. It will impact.
Is somebody looking at this lady right now? I'm going to keep it 100 with you. Not me. Not me. I got to preface that because I know y'all like to make it out to be something like that. Somebody looking at this lady like, yo, opportunities. Opportunities. And don't be confused by the age. Don't be confused by the rapper. There's candy under that rapper. That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that it's a lot of people that look at that and say, you know what? It's candy under that rapper. I think we need to have a movement where we're reducing the amount of women that's in the workforce. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. We'll get there.
The entire community, honestly.
A Lucid spokesperson tells me the latest 18% reduction in workforce across the board is to simplify the company and align with demand. The statement goes on to say the investment in Casa Grande will continue with further growth in the future. For Arizona's Family, I'm Michaela Marshall.
I personally believe, shout out to the people at Lucid. I hope that all of the people that are affected, all jokes aside, I hope that all of the people that are affected finds peace and solace in what's going on. All right? I hope that everybody finds love, peace, and hair grease in that whole situation. But let me say this. I forget, it was something else I was going to tap on. I'm going to say this one in the meantime, though. Couple different things before we move on to the next subject. The first thing that I want to emphasize to y'all really quickly is I believe that we need to reduce the women inside of the workforce. We've been cheating. Y'all been cheating. Y'all been cheating. Anton, what do you mean by saying that y'all been cheating? Y'all been acting like that y'all are really, really measuring up when in reality you've been subsidizing yourself with your girl's income. Yeah. Y'all been cheating. Y'all been using both incomes. Y'all been looking at it from a partnership. Nah. I think that the real evaluation of whether or not y'all are able to get it or not get it is what happens when she's not in the workforce. Honestly, I believe that we need to go back to traditional family values. Now, let's be clear. I'm not saying that women can't work. I'm not saying that women shouldn't be purposeful. I'm not saying that we should remove the rights of women. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that I think that we would be happier as a collective and as a society where our new tradition is a woman that then has a child removes herself from the workforce. That's all I'm saying. I think that part of the problem inside of this culture and this society is that women have become more masculine, and part of that is because they are a part of the workforce. I think we need to go back a little bit to a certain time, or at least adopt a certain principle or a certain time where, because a lot of times when y'all start both working, y'all don't have a better quality of life. You just buy more stuff. Men wasn't even really supposed to become artists and all of that type of stuff. That's not what men was supposed to do. That was a woman thing. Liberal arts is a woman-led industry. The arts itself, a lot of it is a woman. That's supposed to be a guy's hobby / part-time, and then it could turn into something greater. And if we making money from it, dope. But that's, in my opinion, I don't believe that was supposed to be a man thing. I believe that was like a woman. She ain't got nothing better to do. Let's go, let her go find herself. And then, let her get into that. And then we started to, for some reason, depend on each other financially in order for us to live our lifestyle. I think that we need to recalibrate what our lifestyle is supposed to be on one income. You want to know why the cost of living is so high? It's because women are working. The cost of goods and services, the cost of housing. See, y'all don't want to have a real conversation. Y'all want me to fluff y'all through and just pretend like everything is cool. The reason why is because women are trying to compete with men to maintain a lifestyle and a new standard of living, and we've raised the cost because there are too many people inside of the pool. The cost of living is too high. The standards in a culture of what it takes in order to be successful is too high because too many women are in the workforce. I truly believe, I'm telling you that I've already did a mind of this. I mind this out. When too many people are engaged in too many things, it raises, because capitalism says that people are willing to pay more for a service. And if you can't meet that demand, then scarcity actually raises the price. So how do you reduce that? Well, you make it less available by removing the people out of it voluntarily by going back to traditional norms. Daycare shouldn't even be a thing, but that's an industry that was created. Why? Because too many women was in the workforce. The reason why we have to have WIC, women and children, the reason why we have to have daycare, the reason why we had to have so many food stamps and latchkey and all these things, and why our children are practically retarded is because there's nobody in the home to nurture them. They're all on chemicals. You're not breastfeeding anymore because you're trying to hurry up and get back to work. Now, again, I don't think that this is applicable for all women because I think that making money is a skill, it's an art, and it's, you can be as capitalistic as you want to. But I think that if you decide that you want to have children, then I think you need to pull back, baby girl. If you decide that you want to have children, I think you should go ahead and remove yourself. Ernest Brown says that's because they want to work. No, they don't. Women, all of the women that's watching this right now, if you have your hands free, if you have the opportunity to be able to type, if you're watching this on your cell phone device or your iPad or your computer, right? Or you got me up on a separate monitor or a separate screen inside of your office, let me know. Tell me, do you want to work? Because I don't believe it. Give me a yes or no in the chat. Do you want to work? Yes, I want to work. No, I don't want to work. No, I don't want to. You keep saying yes, they do. You can't tell them what they want to do. I want to hear it from them. I'm doing a real life poll, right? Look at this. Slim Trini girl. Definitely women were forced to work. That damn feminism movement. Hell no, I don't want to work. I promise I don't. Nope, send me home. Heck no. No, we do not, I promise you. I don't want to work. No, look, no. She says no, absolutely not. No, hell no. I'm looking at it. No. I work because I have to live. No. Nope. No. Hell no. I'm going right down the list. I ain't skipping over nobody. No. No, we do not. No. No, we want the option. Heck no. They ain't interested in being in the streets. Man, nobody. I don't know a woman that wants to work. I know a woman that wants the option to make money. I know women that want to be able to do what they want to do and then be getting paid to do it, but they don't want to have to work. They don't want to work. So I'm not saying nothing that's controversial. I'm not saying nothing that's misogynistic. I'm not saying nothing that's crazy. I'm closely aligned with what the women is talking about and what they say that they want to do. They're not interested in this. They don't want to deal with this. They doing it because of how our cultural norms has put them in a position to be able to do it. I'm telling you. I can't get no more direct with y'all than to do a real poll in real time. They ain't interested in this nonsense. They like, man, what is you talking about? Retire me, boss. Retire me, boss. Rita is like Warren Buffett. Rita live on a plane. Rita live on a plane. Leslie live on a plane. She texting me right now, begging for money.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm on a live stream. What is this? What are you asking me?
For my car.
You asked me for more money.
For my car.
No, it's for you.
No, it's literally for my car because do you want my car to like get worse? The engine, do you want it to mess up? No.
What do you
So I
mean get
need a
worse? It's
tune.
brand new.
No, I need a tune. Bro, I went catless. So I need a tune. So I don't know what to tell you.
How many cities are you traveling to over the next 2 weeks?
Like a couple. Like I think like 2 or 3.
Bye.
Bye.
Begging. Just be begging for money. Oh, no. I need it. I went catless. I need a new tune. I need to do this. Can you Zelle this person? Honestly, I think that if we want to fix the culture, if we want to fix society, I think that we need to remove women from these spaces. I believe that we need to, and it's natural selection. Let natural selection take its place. You know what? I'm gonna pose that question on After Hours tonight. I want to get the feedback. You know what? Let me think about something really quickly. I'm going to make a change to After Hours tonight. I don't want to say it out loud because I don't want to commit to it yet. I just had an idea. Oh, man, I just had a great idea. Anyways, make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read some of these super chats. You like K. Boom song? I haven't listened to it again since let's listen to this song. I don't even remember it. That's how unmemorable it was. It was okay when I listened to it as far as I remember. Boom. Apple Music. Is it? What is it on? What is it on? Has it been officially released? I don't see it on Apple Music, to be honest with you. I don't see it. I don't see it on Apple Music. Kendrick Lamar. Top songs. I don't see it, honestly. I don't see it. Is it on Apple Music? Let's go to new. It's not on the top songs on Apple Music. I don't see it on the top songs. I'm sorry. Trending songs. I see Janice, She Bang. Janet Jackson got a trending song. I don't see it. Like, did it just come and go or something like that? When it go on the Apple Music, I'll go and check it out. Like, you know, in real speakers and stuff like that. Just a Brown Girl in America says, Anton, I told you I got some good opportunities you may be interested in. You didn't check the DM. Check your email. I'm sending it out. All right, cool. I got you, Just a Brown Girl. As soon as I get off this live stream, I'm going to check it. You saw Shaq Lucid. Sheesh, YouTube that. Yeah, I seen it. Shaq just be buying stuff. Shaq don't even be caring about that stuff. Thoughts on Haha Davis saying he did 20 million views and only made $400 on YouTube, but he only do shorts. Listen, most people don't know nothing about monetization, bro. At all. At all. I sent you the email for Shaq's Lucid. Long Way ENT says, now ask them, are they willing to live a regular life? 1 car, 900 square foot home, 1 kid. All right, Long Way ENT. Question. Let's talk about this. Are you ready? Are you willing to live? This is the question that Long Way ENT has for you guys, ladies. All right. Here's my question before I ask that question. What is a regular life? What do y'all define as a regular life? I think After Hours gonna be lit tonight because I'm gaining all inspiration. A lot of them are saying, yep. Is that a regular life? Some of them saying, hell no, for the right man, I will. What's a regular life? I don't know what a regular life is. I think most women are probably already living a regular life. I will be willing to say this. I will be willing to bet this. Let's say, for example, bro, I'm about to get into the thick of things. I don't want to get into it. I don't know what a regular life is. I don't know what a regular life is. I'm just looking at what y'all talking about. 1 kid, 1 car, 1 kid, 900 square foot home. That's a regular life, G Money? I want to know what y'all definition of regular is. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat for anybody. I'm a pivot. I'm a pivot because I can do what I want to do and it's my show. If anybody wants to, and you don't have to be on camera for this, okay? The question that I have for y'all at the end of the show right now, I'm gonna spend the next 22 minutes having this conversation. Because this will give me some insight. The question that I have, and you do not have to be on camera. This is 100% audio. All right. So I'm not going to bring you up as far as your, like, so you can look crazy. You can feel however you want to feel. But I want to know from you guys, what do you define, especially from the ladies? I'm going to give priority. For the guys that call in, I want to know what y'all thoughts are too. But I'm going to give, if a woman calls in, if the women call in, and I'm not going to put y'all on camera. If the women call in and they say, okay, Anton, I would like for y'all to describe to me what a regular life is. I dropped the link in the chat. Describe to me what you think is a regular life. And if you would be willing to live a regular life. I just opened up the phone lines right now. Let me read some of the super chats. Maybe somebody don't want to tell me what a regular life is. Long way ENT. This is a long way ENT conversation. Courtney Yeager Show says, I had a conversation the other day with someone who has more subs and more views than me, and I'm still making more money than from my channel, and that's only at 2.k subs. Shout out to AD for giving the game. Big money coming soon. Shout out to you, big dog. Genius. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
What's a regular life?
Bills on auto pay, being able to take a vacation twice a year.
How big
That's
is a
it.
house?
Real simple. That's regular. Huh?
How big is a house? Or the place that you stay
2,500 square feet.
Regular life is 2,500 square feet?
Oh, I think so, yes.
Crazy. No.
Too big?
Yeah.
Too big? Nah. You need the home office or the workspace, the arts and crafts space.
No, that's not a regular life.
The sewing machine or the tool kit.
No.
2,500 square feet.
No. What kind of car?
What kind of car?
Yeah.
Depends on how many kids you got. I'm okay with the minivan or the truck.
New, used,
just regular.
New,
reliable.
Used, what? All right, let me ask you a question. How much a year does it take to be able to maintain this lifestyle?
Because I'm in New York.
No.
I gotta say, all right. So let me go to Georgia matter of fact, let me go to Vegas. No, I'm gonna go to Alabama because I lived in Alabama too.
I'm gonna pull y'all up as y'all come up too. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say a solid 95,000 in Alabama.
That's not regular.
That's regular.
That's not regular.
That's regular because a city job you're gonna be making 100,000 within 5 years anyway. So that's regular.
Nope.
You don't think so?
Nope.
All right, I'll get your answer on after hours, man.
Bet.
All right, peace, man.
Peace of mind.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing well. What's regular?
Good to. You know what? Regular is simple. You get up, you can pray in the morning, you have your family, your loved ones still there, you got food on the table, you have heat, you have running water, and your kids are okay. You able to still provide for their legacy and their future. First of all, they're nurtured and protected. They feel loved and supported.
Mm-hmm.
That's a regular life. A life of nobody can take anything from you because you already have everything. That is a regular life.
Okay, so go ahead. Keep going.
Just a life with your own purpose and your own mind and without influence of others.
What? Give me a number.
A number?
Like an amount that you need to make per year in order to maintain this regular life.
That can be interesting. Because it depends. It depends on, I guess maybe the person. If you can. That's a good question because a regular life is a regular life. You don't need much. I'll give you this. You have, and I hope I don't offend, but like
this is your opinion. There's no wrong answers.
So a good regular life, and sometimes it's taken for granted, but it's like if you have people out here and everything is already paid for and covered for them, so they already receive food, housing, medical care and everything else. Those things that other people actually have to, like hustle and grind hard for, which is why everybody's running themselves in a circle. But the people who actually get to sit at home and relax, that's a regular life, and it's something that's taken for granted. So when you say a number, it's like, well, I can go to maybe a example of that, but
Break it down for me. Give me an example.
I don't have a number because it's not within a number, it's within the mission, the purpose, the person.
Where are you located? City.
It's what you want to do. You don't always need numbers. You can make some money, you know, in the
Peace. You
hello.
breaking up, baby girl. You breaking up a little bit.
Okay. So what I was saying is not necessarily about the monetary value. It's about there are other things that are valuable too.
But you still
That
got to
can
pay for this
bring
life though.
your Well, you do, but you don't have to. If you all work together, like, so, let's say you have grandma and they leave instructions, and we're not afraid to stay with each other, because nowadays at least our people, we so quick to say I don't have enough room. It's like, well, what you go get that mansion for? And it's like, oh, you went and got it just to say you have it, but now you running yourself in the ground to say you have it.
So let's say, for
So it's
example, everybody was
just
living
been
together, right? Let's say for example, everybody was living together, and you got
yes, oh yes.
mama, you got
Mhm.
grandmother, and let's say y'all got a 3-4 bedroom house, and you got the kid, and then there's y'all, and then you got the parents, and everybody kind of pitching in. And it's not necessarily about the type of
Mhm.
car, but it's really just more about everybody is comfortable and happy, and everybody having a good time practicing group economics. You look at that as regular.
I look at that as regular, yes.
I'm with you. I don't have no problem with that.
I mean, because how else do you really establish and set the next generation up? Or and first of all, we end up moving back home anyway, because you get to a phase in life where your parents need you or your elders start needing you. And those are more so things that you experience later on, but you end up circling back home anyway, and it's like, look at all the money that you threw out living in a different house.
I'm with you, but I think that also a little bit of discontent can set up, and then you start to have a thirst for more. Like how do you stop that thirst for more?
By
You said, well, you breaking up a little bit.
remain. I said it depends on what.
You breaking up. I'm sorry, peace. I'm losing you. Hopefully I can get her back. Oz, what up, Oz? What's going on, baby girl?
Hi. That was so frustrating.
Why is it frustrating?
She just wouldn't give a number. Oh my God.
What's
Regular life
what's
is
regular?
not 13 to 1,500 square foot house, 3 bedroom,
Mm-hmm.
75 to 85K. 2 people, 1 or 2 kids is fine. That is perfectly fine for
Mm.
regular life.
And where would this be at? Like, give me a area.
I'm in Texas. I'm in Houston. That's feasible for me right now. I have a 3 bedroom house right now.
Do you
My
think that
mortgage,
most women are willing to live that regular life?
absolutely. If you put me in the bleachers, please. Yes, I would absolutely live that life. Absolutely.
Do you think that most women would?
I would hope so. We have common sense. I don't think most of us want to be a CEO stressed out. I don't think that's real. I am stressed to the max. I would love for a man to come through and make some extra decisions, please. Please. Jeez, this is not fun at all.
How do you, okay, so here's the key question. How do you prevent yourself from not wanting more though?
I've struggled already. I know what more means. I was like, more means I am required to, oh, okay, you want to do more? You want to work 80 hours a week? No. My brother-in-law works 80, 90 hours a week. I don't want that life. I applaud the fact that he has purposely put his wife as a stay-at-home mom. I don't want his work life. I don't want your work life. I appreciate it. But that's not made for me and my body. I'm just, let me gym it up and spoil my man and my family and live like that's no. I don't need any of that. Oh no. I don't want to be working at 10 o'clock at night. No. No, thank you.
I'm with you. All right, Oz.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go to Kimmy first, and then I'm gonna go to Annie, and then we just gonna go down the line. Kimmy,
Yes, sir.
what's regular?
Regular is average. I think what I've been hearing people say is regular ideals, like what they want to be regular, but that is not average. I think average is like 45 to 55,000 a year, a car with a car note, a house
You
maybe
said a car with a car note?
2,500 square. Absolutely, I think that's regular.
Okay.
Um, a 2,500 square foot house is probably the top of regular. So maybe between 2,000, 2,500, an apartment maybe 1,000 to 1,500 square feet.
Okay.
I think regular is not bills on auto pay. That's great, but I don't think that's regular.
Why not?
What else?
Why not?
I just don't
Why is the
think
bills on
most
auto pay
people
bad?
have their bills on auto pay. I mean, because most people are not that great at managing their money, and most people live a little above their means, a little to a lot above their means. So you can't put your bills on auto pay knowing that you might need that money for food next month.
So, do you think that most women are really what would be willing to live a regular life if they didn't have to work? Or do
I
they
think
naturally
that they
thirst
would
for
say
more?
that, but also I think they naturally thirst for more. I think that they would say that they would live a regular life just so that they didn't have to work, but then they would talk about it every day, like in a bad way. And how they wish they had more and how Sarah down the street is doing better.
So you think that initially they would be cool with it, but then they would ultimately want more and it wouldn't be enough.
Absolutely. I
Okay.
absolutely believe that. I think most women are idealistic and they have hopes and dreams of fairy tales that may or may not be realistic. Most of the time, they're not realistic.
Hmm. So you can't really remove women from the workforce then.
I think you can. Um, but it would take if all the women were removed and everybody's standard of living went down and there was nobody to compare themselves to, I think it would be easier to do then. But I think that most women really don't want to be removed and actually do what it takes to be removed from the workforce. Like maybe reduce your cost of living, pull their weight at home. I think that the idea is that they'll be removed from the workforce and then go to the gym and get their nails done and be at yoga every day. And I don't think that that's realistic.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna introduce this on After Hours tonight. Are you pulling up tonight, or are you gonna be still doing what you're doing?
I hope for no delays. My plan is to be there with my bills on.
Don't worry, you missed the headache yesterday. So.
Oh, I saw that. So yeah, good luck with that.
All right, I'll
But
see
yeah,
you
I'll
tonight.
catch y'all tonight.
Bet.
All right.
I'm gonna go to Annie. What up, Annie?
Hey, AD, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Thank you so much. And hi, chat. I was in the chat.
Shout
So,
out to my
AD,
girl
it's
Annie.
so hard to come behind Kimmy because it's just like yesterday's review with the guy in the courthouse. How his friends came behind him and they all looked around like, okay, we're gonna go behind him. This is that with me and Kimmy.
Ignore Kimmy because Kimmy is used to being online talking all the time, so don't ignore her.
Well, then what I'm gonna do is I'm literally gonna piggyback off of what she said as far as regular.
Okay.
Because normally regular the wage is like 47, 48, 500,
Mm-hmm.
and realistically, like even a brand new car, that's not even regular. Is like maybe a good used car,
Mm-hmm.
paid off. Bills not on auto pay. That's realistic. So, like I said, everything what Kimmy spoke, I'm basically piggybacking off of that.
Do you think that most women would be willing to do that in order to not work, just be a regular person?
Most women probably. That's See, it all depends because if she knows that her man is trying his best to provide,
Mm-hmm.
like literally trying his best, and of course listening to you, and we see that efforts are being made, then yeah, I think she would stick around. She would definitely stick around. But effort has to be, as women, we have to see efforts. Like serious, go get it. And yeah, you cannot be up under me like all day. You got to go.
What if this is all that he's gonna ever be? However, you will have shelter and you should be able to get to and from, and you might be able to go out to eat every a couple every once in a while. But that's it. Ain't no more than that. That's it. That's all it's gonna be.
Then she's gonna have to either realize that because when you meet a person and you kind of are with them, I know that for me, I can intuitionally see if that person has fire.
Mm-hmm.
I can sense that with a person. If they don't, a woman normally should know this. This is the thing. A woman should know this. Some of us we've gone too far and we don't intuitively listen anymore. And there are some women that are actually, they're okay with having that, that stability. They're okay with that because for them, that's enough.
Mm-hmm.
And they're good with that. There's like different ranges because some women, they don't want the soft life, like, like all out with the planes, the traveling and all that. There are some women that are actually just like country life, like being in the garden and just like having it really simple.
What do you think
There's
about
some
the
women
comment right here? It says, I think most women have to work first to appreciate not working.
Facts. That's facts. Because you don't know until you know.
Okay. I'm with it.
Yeah. Love the smile. Thank you, AD. I appreciate you so much.
I'm
I love
gonna do
you.
more call-ins, and I love the fact that you said what you said. Thank you, Annie.
Thank you so much. Bye.
All right. I'm gonna go beans and greens, and I'm gonna go peace. Beans, what's happening, Beans? You muted.
You
There you go.
muted.
There you go.
There you go.
You gotta
You gotta
put on echo
put on echo
cancellation.
cancellation.
I can't hear you,
I
Beans.
can't hear you, Beans.
I hear me.
I hear me.
I don't hear you.
I don't hear you.
Beans.
Beans.
You unmuted.
You unmuted.
But I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
You muted yourself again. All right, Beans. I'm gonna do a call-in segment tomorrow, and I want to have you up here tomorrow because apparently it's not working. Peace. What's up, Peace?
Yes, so I wanted to say also, our work can be done within a home. Again, that's keeping the family together. Just braiding hair, having the what we say the community and all that stuff. At one point in time, we did have that, but that's when we actually operated as a system.
Mm.
And so it's like we're talking about I think the thing is we're trying to get something back that our generation don't appreciate, or some people haven't even experienced, and so they don't even know what you're talking about. Because what happened was about 20 years ago, a lot of us was forced to, not forced but pushed into, hey, go to college, get the degree. And that I love, like, when I tell you we did it, like, baby, we won. And it's like, but, like, okay, well, now life, slow down or things go on, and what have you brought back home? You get what I'm saying? Like, sometimes what happens is everybody go off, but then they leave everything on one person.
Mm.
And then but that person gets specific instructions to carry on the family. So when you say work, it's more than just about money. It's about continuing the family and learning.
Do you think that most women have to work first to appreciate not working?
mm, I I guess, I mean, maybe. But if you've been working your entire life, then it don't matter. It don't matter. Like, if you grew up in a home where you have to work anyway, you got to shovel snow. You have to do something. You can't just get out here at 18 and not know what you're doing. You have to earn your keep. And you want some Jordans or a Guess outfit or something, then you have to go read a book or come back with a book report. And so
Oh
that is
yeah, I
considered
know how
work.
old you are now. I know how old you are now.
hmm
I know how
But
old you are
those are,
now. You ain't no 20-year-old.
oh, no, 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 no. I'm double. But
I know.
those are things that, even though we don't look at it as work, it's actually work because it's contribution to keeping the family legacy, keeping your family going. And if everybody's out there working, then who's maintaining the work that's put in? You get what I'm saying? It's so if you out there winning, somebody has to be in the background making sure that those wins are being sustained. Does that make sense?
Uh-huh. Let me ask you a question. How do you keep yourself from desiring more? Or let's just say, for example, that you're in a regular situation, right? And you run into this guy that whose lifestyle may be completely irregular. How do you keep yourself normal, without jumping out the window? How do you stay in that regular space or that regular mindset as a woman when now you got access to this guy who live an irregular lifestyle?
I don't. I guess I don't feel like I've missed out on anything. Like, there's nothing anybody can buy for me that I haven't had, and there's no place that I can want to go to that I can't get to if I want to.
Okay. All right.
And so that, I mean, other than that, and so the one thing I know, that if you work hard enough, including that man, you'll get there. So if he want me bad enough, then he'll work hard enough.
You met me before?
No,
Okay.
no, I just started. Well, I came over a couple times, but I decided to start, watching your channel a little bit more and learning some things
Shout out to you.
financially.
Shout out to you.
Thank
Great
you.
commentary. Great conversation. I love what you said. I think that that's dope.
Okay.
You gonna call in more
What?
if I do more call-ins?
Sure, I will. I'll call him more.
Okay, bet. All right, cool. Thank you, babe.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, bye. All right. Great, 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 great. Yeah, I like that. See, we evolving. Now we at the 4 hour mark. So let me ask y'all a question before I read super chats. Thank you to all of the feedback. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to everybody that called in. Here's my question for you guys. All right. Should we do call-ins at the end of every show? Like the last half hour, we just do call-ins for a specific subject depending on what we talked about. Or should we only have it once a week, or should we not do it at all? Thursday and Friday only. Only Fridays. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We just going to base it off of the vibes and we're going to see what happens. I think that that's what makes sense. I think that makes sense. Once a week, Mimi? I like once a week. I think once a week makes the most sense. Maybe Thursday or Friday, depending on how it goes. All right. Let me read some of these super chats. See what y'all talking about. I appreciate y'all. I like the engagement. Shout out to Longway ENT with the question. Great question. I would consider how you and I was raised. Shout out to Longway. Optimus Prime says today, hey, shout out to you, Optimus, man. Happy birthday, big dog. Glad for another trip around the sun. Shout out to you, AD, and your platform and all that you do. Keep it up, bro. Shout out to hey, can I get a happy birthday in the chat for Optimus? Bo Winkle says 35 to 60 per year, 1 to 2 used cars, 13 to 1,700 foot home, 1 vacation a year, dinner out every 2 to 3 months. I think you lost them. I think you lost them. You lost them somewhere in the Bo Winkle. I don't disagree with you, but I think you lost the ladies. Only Just Commentary says, didn't Eve want more in the Garden of Eden? That's true. He said, Echo AD is fire, says TS Car Wash and Detail Service. All right, y'all, listen. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have been great. Thank y'all for continuing to hold me down. And we back at it tonight. All right. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I hope y'all appreciate the 4-hour live stream. We working, man. We working. We own it, and we've been on top of it. We working our butts off, all right? I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all to everybody. What's up, our streets? Love you, baby girl. All right, y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to see y'all later. Peace.